Oh, whoa. Oh, fuck. God damn it. I'm giving myself away. Hi. It's Saturday. I'm really sick. But, I can explain. I can explain why I'm streaming while very sick. Despite the fact that I probably should be resting, especially after having been working 5 days while being sick. Oh, God damn it! I wasn't gonna. Okay, look, I have a good reason, I swear. So, I've been sick since Monday. I did stream Monday. Hi, T10. Because I was sick. I was starting to get really sick. And I've been very sick. But I've also been working. So I've been between work and being in bed for the past 4 or 5 days. Today being the 5th one. Yes, I did get Jester's sickness. I did get Jester's sickness. Again, that's why I didn't stream Monday. And, I went to work Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and today. Instead of just working my usual 4 days. Because my boss is in Mexico right now. And, unfortunately, one of my girls, the assistant manager, is having some issues with her grandmother in the hospital, which means that she couldn't work. Which means that I had to figure out covers for her shifts alongside working my own. Today was essentially my day off, but I went to work because that was one of the days that only I could cover in terms of my manager's shifts. Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, I was bedridden after work. After work, I only had really the energy to shower with my remaining energy and to go back to bed. That all aside, I also have inflamed sinuses, so my head feels like it's being squeezed in between 2 thighs, except I don't want any of this, and this isn't in the good way. It is very painful. Oh yeah, hold on, closed captions, I forgot those. Those are important. Yeah, there we go. I was like, what is it again? So, that being said, there we go. Okay. I was really confused for a second. Okay. So, what was I gonna say? Oh. So, aside from a lot of working, I've also been doing a lot of resting as it is, because I couldn't really function outside of work, because, well, you know what I mean. And I've only eaten 1 meal each day because I've had no appetite. I still don't have an appetite, but I at least want to eat good food, even if I can't taste it. Just remember to take this slow. Yeah, so I'm not planning on too long of a stream today, hopefully. We'll see what happens. But I did want to continue. I did want to have some streaming going on. I only unfortunately have tomorrow and Monday off before I have to go back to work. It is what it is. Short staffing and your boss being in Mexico will do that to you. That being said, with the energy that I did have, I was able to make some food. So I've got some chicken noodle here. I roasted some garlic and I toasted some bread, and I've got it here as like a garlic bread. I can only very slightly taste the garlic, and I can barely taste the soup. But it's food, and I haven't had any. So it'll do. Well, I had a mini weenie can because I was like, the soup and bread isn't gonna be enough protein, so I had a can of mini weenies, and that's all I've had today. I'll try not to talk too much so I'm not overusing my voice. This is cutscene watching, so this shouldn't be hard. That being said, we will be continuing because it's been quite a while since we had our Final Fantasy nights. They were obviously delayed by a couple things that happened earlier in the month. This month in general has not been anybody's month. But we are going to do what we can. So we're going to make our way to Schneer. And we're already on the thing. Sweet. It's been on silent for like ever. So let me just go Hua. Alrighty. And then I think, yes, that's pretty much it. Alrighty. Just don't mind the moving and the scuffage here. There we go. Oh, excuse me. So, while we make our way logging in, last time on Final Fantasy XIV, Endwalker, we were in the Garlemald chapter. Trying to tell the Garleans we're here to help them. We see that there had been some weird temperings going on. And we come to offer assistance because Garlemald went into just complete anarchy. And Midraz at Han, though, apparently. So we'll fix that in just a bit. Shenanigans ensue. The twins get captured and held hostage. I made Garlemald's little errand girl for like a couple quests. And the legatus that held Alize and Alphinaud hostage decides to off himself while ordering the remaining Garleans to do whatever the hell they want. And what they want is to live. So what they do with that is they decide to come with the Eorzeans. Some choose to stay behind, of course, and some choose to come with the Eorzeans so that they can get shelter, so that they can get food, so that they can get help. We get taken over by Xenos, with help of Fandaniel, who, and Xenos in our body decides, I'm gonna go to the camp, and I'm gonna go kill them. And Fandaniel's like, you know what you should do? You should go get your body back. That sounds like a great idea. You're in the body, unfortunately. Like, Xenos might be in your body, but you're not in his. No, that'd be too easy. You're in the body of a random-ass nobody. And you gotta go catch Xenos who's in your body. And if you fail, he will kill everybody. You don't want that. You somehow... Whoa. You somehow make it. Have a good... Thanks for stopping by, Ryfan. Have a good one. We somehow make it. Which is great. We needed to. And eventually... all's well that ends well. We get our body back. We head towards the Tower of Babel, where the big Garlean tempering is happening. And we defeat Anima, who is actually a primal born onto the body of Lord Varus. We destroy that. We destroy the towers. Technically, thwarting Fandaniel's plot of the end of days. But he says, fuck you, we're gonna go to the moon first. Hydaelyn stops them a little, well, doesn't stop them, but makes it a little bit harder. And then says, go to the moon and follow. There's a friend of mine there. They will help you. She was using Kral's body. Oh, hi, Anthony. I know I'm totally on mute. I was just doing a little recap. Because we're gonna make our way to the moon. There we go. Now I can hear you. Hi, Anthony.
Hi.
Oh man.
Again,
So-
I'm not able to stick around for long. I have rage, but
Yeah. Yeah. No worries.
I ready to go
No.
to the fucking moon.
I'm ready to go fucking somewhere, man. Alrighty. So, the trip to the moon. God. Oh wait, I have to style change. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm in Dark Knight apparel. Hold on.
that looks nice.
It does. Let's see. What glamour plate were we wearing? We were wearing our nice warm Garlemald attire. Well, so we'll go in this for consistency's sake. And I mean, the moon could be really cold, so who knows? We shall make our way. Vamos.
Long, long before Dalamud was forged to imprison an Elder Primal, the eldest of them all, Savior of the Star, was sealed within a moon of his own. Souls sacrificed to grant him life still slumber and dream of the day he and we will be made whole. Here he waits, in this cold, barren place, his cradle and his grave. Silent lamentations and prayers of hope echo soundlessly to a sundered star, adrift and alone.
Ah, Mare Lamentorium.
Oh,
I made garlic bread, Anthony.
nice.
I can barely taste it. I can barely taste the soup.
I'm sure you'll do fine. You'll be fine. Fucking, I never before Endwalker. I never considered the fact that the moon. I didn't know about it until Shadowbringers when Jay pointed out, "Hey, there's something missing here." I'm looking around, I'm like, "What?" I didn't realize.
The what?
That there was in Shadowbringers. We did the Emmett Silk's end of days trial.
Yeah, we were on the moon.
There was no moon.
Mm.
When you're fighting, you have to fight go up the fucking whole thing and fighting like a big monster at the end. You're floating above the planet. It's on fire.
Oh, and there's no moon.
Yeah, there's no moon. I'm like,
Mm.
that's what Jay tried to point out to me.
Oh.
And then this shit's like, oh, the moon. You mean the prison for Zo?
Eh.
Where do you think the Ascians got the idea for Dalamud from? Because Dalamud was a moon.
Yeah.
But at least people thought it was a moon.
Yeah. Alrighty. You with me. Heidelin's champion.
Spooky.
Spoopy. We're like, what?
Hey, who the
One of them
fuck with
funky
that?
robe guys.
They're those really tall dudes. Look how tiny you are.
He leads us to his little house. And we follow him up, see what he's doing. Apologies. I've been preoccupied for quite some time and am out of practice at conversation. Ever since this moon was created by Heidelin, I have served as an integral part. I am the Watcher. I am responsible for the prisoner and the devices that hold him fast.
It's the guy.
It's the dude.
It's the spooky monster.
Zodiark himself, a projection of the moon's core. Though rent asunder by Heidelin, he grows more powerful with every rejoining. 7 there have been, 7 too many.
Yeah.
And yet, for all his servants' machinations, he remains incomplete. The fallen are beyond salvation. No attempt would be made to free Zodiark, not until he is whole once more. But someone has taken action. The shackles that hold him are nearly shattered. 6 locks to his jail, great and grand. Gargantuan swords driven deep, brands to bind Zodiark forevermore. I'm gonna try to blow my nose. I didn't power wash it this morning.
Zik.
That's not a lot. That's not a lot at all. This sucks. I should have power washed my nose. Alrighty. 5 were destroyed by his would-be liberator. 1 of these I have restored. I strive to mend the remaining 4, but my efforts are being impeded. Soul sacrifice to summon Zodiark, their manifestation consequence of the waning seal.
Poor bastards.
They labor in opposition to my work. They must be expelled for the preservation of all. Go kill them. If keeping Zodiark in prison is the right thing to do, I will aid you. I will only resort to expelling them if all else fails. What is right and good? Ask 1,000 souls and receive 1,000 answers. I offer none.
I like his answer.
I am the watcher and the jailer. I am not the judge. Know this. Hydaelyn commands the forces of stasis, and this moon is the product of such power. So long as Zodiark remains imprisoned in this place, no more sacrifices will be made in his name, nor will those souls rendered up in his name fade into oblivion. Go. Meet with these wandering spirits. Do what you think is right. I'm gonna go keep doing my job. I think we mostly talked to those. The Watcher would have you deal with the specters haunting the moon. And we see a lustrous dog. Our perfection came crumbling down, such overwhelming despair. In that moment we knew the end was nigh. The faintest glimmer of hope remained. We gave our lives that others may live. We gave ourselves to Zodiark. Zodiark, our Lord and Savior, to forge our world anew. To live and love again. become one with the star. Fill earth and heaven with life, birth paradise where fear is distant memory.
I've returned.
Pardon me, but would you be so kind as to step aside? Ah, that unmistakable color, the soul of a Zem. But not the friend I knew, I think. Nevertheless, you are you. So, Emmet Selk meant for you to have it. You seem surprised. Why might that be? You need a familiar voice. You're the receptionist at the Bureau of the Secretariat. We meet again, Hythlodaeus. Again? I do not believe I have yet had the pleasure.
Well, you see.
But I could have sworn. Don't you remember me? Emmet Selk created a shade in my likeness? And not only me, but all of Amaurot? How very like him.
Turns out Epic
fuck.
Selk's a little shit. He's a fucking... He's tsundere as fuck.
What? He made a whole city with everybody who died in it?
He claimed that he didn't do it for any real reason at all.
He would. A slave to sentiment, even after an eternity. As you may have guessed, I am different from the shade you met before. No mere approximation, but the original. A soul sacrificed to Zodiark. We remember in vivid detail the events leading to our purgatory. The plans and plots for our resurrection, Heidelin's intervention, and Zodiark's, and the stars' final fate. And then we drifted in a waking dream, our minds steeped in fog, until you came. I know not what you and your friends intend for Zodiark or the future of the star. Nevertheless, in you I place my trust and faith. In you I choose to believe, as Emmet Selk did.
That's really sweet.
Believe in yourself, and all will be well.
My best buddy Emmet Selk believes in you, so I'll believe in you.
What a goober he was.
What a fucking little shit.
What a goober.
I love Hythlodaeus. I love him so much.
We can't spoil, just in case there are people here who don't know.
Yeah.
More new arrivals, though. Ah, Fan Daniel. That color I know. And another I do not. An unfamiliar but fearsome being. I have kept you from your duty. By way of apology, I will ensure that the shades hinder you no more. Protect the final brand.
Yeah, sure, bud.
I will tell them to fucketh off. Fare you well, my new old friend. I'm a martyr. Sensing danger, a dog gives you a nudge as if to urge you onto its back. Curious invitation to be sure, but you don't deny dogs. For the strangest thing that has but still far from the strangest thing that has happened to you today. Meanwhile, elsewhere on the moon.
I like his jacket.
Yeah.
Like, he's got a good aesthetic going. But fuck Xenos. Little shit. Well.
In the nick of time to savor the crowning triumph. Unbound and free at last. Arise, Zodiac!
Oh.
And he's gone.
Well. Ooh.
Deprived of heart and will by the loss of dearest Elidibus. A creature of pure instinct, wanting for guidance.
Whoops. That might have been our bad.
Do a flip.
But powerful. Oh, so powerful. More so.
This jacket's just the
with
Crypt
every
Lurker
passing
set without the
moment.
stupid helmet.
Huh.
It is, though. I wish they had a set with the hood without the helmet. I'm sure it
Such
exists somewhere.
potential. Even in this incomplete state. Still the savior who delivered a world from certain doom.
So, here we stand.
Hi, Xenos.
I want his
You
scythe,
know
though.
my
It looks cool.
intents. Consume the god, then the world. Stoke your fury to a raging inferno, and dance among the ashes. Or perhaps you would face me here and now. A lesser but welcome amusement. Yes. A taste to whet the appetite.
Sorry to spoil the moment, but might I ask that you postpone the slaughter until I've said my piece?
I love
I
I love how
promise
the-
I will be brief.
I love how the music stops and they both turn like what?
We have fun.
Like, guys, I'm kind of having a moment here.
Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it.
Do a flip.
The thing I said, I was being honest.
I meant it. I was serious the whole time.
No hyperbole. Anyway, here's this.
So anyway, here's Wonderwall.
Anyway, here's the fucking Zodiac.
Fucking theater kid can't accept not having the last word. Only a monster would deny a dog. Hi, Kerbozy. Hi, Rod. Hi, Mom. I will tell them to, as the kids say, cool their jets, man. So, that fandangled Fandaniel jumped into the Zodiac pit. Didn't even do a fucking flip. We are the savior. We are the guardian, the keeper of natural order. We are the martyr, the bestower of new beginnings. We are...
Such lofty aspirations. And what sweet irony that the world's saviors will become the agents of its destruction.
It cannot end this way. We must return and be made whole. We are the will of the star, now and forever. For the greater good, for the sake of the world.
Wrong! Lies and delusion! The dead have no power over me. You will be silent. Silent as the grave!
No more, we beg of you. The star must endure. What a great shot of my absolute territory. Why is everyone so dramatic in Final Fantasy? Yes.
Believe and walk in faith. Let the light of your soul shine for all to see. Not quite the outcome you'd imagined, but a fitting one nonetheless. Don't you think so, Hades?
Hey, who was that?
Yeah, that was weird.
All I craved and more. Boundless power. Mine to command. I had intended to pit my fractured divinity against Xenos. But a more tempting option presents itself. The greatest obstacle to my ambition. You will trouble me no longer.
This is it. This is the baby. This is the babeej.
This is the first trial fight of the expansion.
What are you talking about? But Anthony, the whole point is to stop Zodiark. What do you mean? This is totally the final boss.
There are only 5,000 cutscenes on the end.
What do you mean?
Unironically, though, I love Zodiark's music.
Yeah.
It's so fucking cool. Eternal Darkness Zodiark. It's so fucking cool.
The fight is fun too.
Yeah.
Oh fuck, nobody came. Oh fuck, nobody came.
All creation shall bend to my
The extreme fight of this is also fucking intense and cool as shit.
Oh.
I wish it gave weapons, all it does is give trinkets.
Oh.
Yep,
I get. Wait, they have trinkets, but I heard you could also get a mount.
Oh yeah, that too. But I
And
don't
then
know
there's the totems to get the weapons.
I thought the totems were. I didn't think Zodiark had weapons.
Yeah.
The totems were for trinkets, but he did get yours to drop.
No, I heard.
He drops accessories.
If you go to Razad Han, there you can get like weapons. In between the tombstones and the pandemonium, there's a token exchange and there's weapons. I'm not lying. I'm not lying.
I typed in Zodiark weapons, I get the Zodiac weapons.
I'm pretty sure.
Not the fucking block in the 14-6.
She's right, actually, says Mom. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to potentially spoil more. But like, yeah, there's weapons. But
Oh, well, I'm gonna go look.
okay, well, while you do that, we're going to the next cutscene.
Is this the limit of your power? Is this how it ends?
Meh. Anthony, you're actually going to trust someone named Mom? JK, of course, says Arad.
Yeah.
And then he dies. He just goes bleh. We've done it. We've killed the final boss of Final Fantasy XIV. Well done. My preparations are complete, and I stand ready to seal Zodiark once more. Withdraw now from this place. The teleporter will deliver you to safety.
Yeah, about that.
Incomplete and insufficient. Of course he was no match. Once again, you have left my best laid plans in ruins. And played your role to perfection. Thus, sealing my victory.
What?
From the first, all I wanted was for you to kill Zodiark. 'Twas but one of many methods to achieve the desired effect. It would have been the same had Xenos died in my place. But what better and more satisfying way to ensure success than to take control myself? My sole regret is that you lived to tell the tale. Even so, I have fulfilled my heart's desire. Let
Why is the dude killing himself? 'Cause it sounds cool to him. He thinks it's cool. I can't tell you yet. That's spoilers,
How
Eggy.
quickly strength fades and blood cools. Old familiar sensations. So many lives, so many deaths. No different this. I close my eyes and slip into the dreamless slumber. A tired song and dance. Routine. Always I wake. But not this time. Nothing left unsaid. Nothing left undone. Inherit my hell. I intone with glee. The man I was would weep for what I have become. The all-consuming contempt. But I've the wisdom of 10 millennia to justify my answer to the question. No value in their existence. Not a whit. For all that I looked. None that I did see. A final chance, then, for Heidelin and her faithful. In Cataclysm, prove me wrong. I snare. All shall return to nothingness, as was your will, Emperor Sunday. I, the star, and every living being, consigned to your oblivion.
Van Daniel's, oh, also, hi, Soul Fruit. Hi, Soul Fruit. Van Daniel's VA is amazing and a treat.
Yeah.
He did an amazing job.
Yeah. So I'm not the guy, right?
Uh-huh.
It's just accessories.
Is it?
It's just fucking accessories. There are no Zodiac weapons.
I could have sworn I saw weapons.
Every other totem you can get has weapons. Zodiac only has accessories.
Oh.
Because I think at this, yeah, he just has accessories.
Huh.
Maybe you think of the Zodiac weapons, which are the Realm Reborn relics.
No, I thought they were Zodiac ones, because I saw that there was also weapons for the second trial that I shall not say.
Yeah, that one has weapons, but no accessories.
That is dumb.
That's where you get, that's where you get your fucking whatever item level was for accessories at that point in the game. And the weapon would be, and that's when you get the trial, and the weapon for the next one is when you get that one.
Oh, that's sad.
Yeah, it does suck.
Some of the VAs they picked for the expansions are so spot on I couldn't imagine anyone else voicing them.
Yeah.
Sound like the dude was just old as fuck and Wade was looking for a way to die. Generally 14 trials are will always have one boss give right side drops and one giving weapon. Oh!
Yeah.
I just assumed, my bad.
It's all good. Yeah, no, the and Daniel Amon, really.
Yeah, Amon.
whatever you call him. His whole nihilism, his whole thing is just purest nihilism.
Yeah.
Everything is, the world is meaningless and all things should die, was the philosophy of Emperor Zande. He just simps so fucking hard, and he literally just consigned all of existence to oblivion.
Mm-hmm.
Because whoopsie, Zodiac had an important role to play, even though he was imprisoned. Oh no. Someone put the filter on.
Deep breaths, slow and steady.
Anyway, I gotta go do the filtered thing now.
Yeah, no worries. Thanks for dropping by.
Have fun.
Mm-hmm. I just appreciate how far they foreshadow events. I would love to see how massive and ahead of storyboards they have. Yeah. You saw it too, yes. The blue star below, thrown into turmoil. What could I do? How could I use my absolute territory to stop this cataclysmic event? Then it was no illusion. All was truth. With the death of Zodiark, the laws of nature over which he presided have begun to unravel. The final days are upon us. Soulfruit86, thank you for the follow. I hope you enjoy your time here. Congrats, you've killed the devil. Now the demons are free to rampage. What you witnessed was an omen granted by the echo. Oh, excuse me, by the echo. A vision of the horrors to come. Well, good job. Time grows short. Oh yeah, you're still here, Xenos. Xenos, now's not the time.
No. I'll find no fulfillment in a contest with you this day.
You can take your filters off now. Thank you.
Slavering beasts gather at your gates, ravenous and eager. Already you turn to them and away from me.
I'm sorry, sweetheart.
I must go forth once more in search of power far beyond the might of Shinryu. Power to make your heart run over with rage.
It's like, god damn it, Zodiark's gone and now the world is going into the apocalypse. So you're not gonna pay attention to me. Get you someone who simps for you like 1/10 of the amount that Fandaniel simps for the Empire. Not anymore though, unless else you might be in danger. Unless you like 2/3 or higher for your sense of danger. It's never the time. Xenos out here like, look at me. That's really what it is. That's really as it is. It's taking your eyes away from me. He's like, god damn it. I gotta go find something now to fucking... that's more important than the apocalypse. So you can fucking pay attention to me. Dino's got cucked, let's be honest. He did. Poor guy.
For the eldest of primals was a betrayal of promise. A pathetic creature incapable of inspiring true despair. That's what I crave. Pure, unadulterated despair.
Exhale more, Xenos. Hope will win the day. I will not fight for your amusement.
We shall see.
God damn, get these people some antidepressants. Look how tall he is. There's so many times though, it's like, Xenos, I'm a white mage. Xenos, I'm a white mage. Oh man. Alrighty. Xenos, well, why? In Shadow's wake, the Watcher would discuss grave matters with you. I wouldn't say Xenos is depressed. He's very, very focused and has a goal that he is very, very eager to get to. Depressed people don't really have that. Or at least it's very hard. Eventually our friends catch up. I thank you for affording me this short reprieve. Xenos is like an arrow shot from a bow. He only has one target he's aiming for.
It is we who should thank you. The records stored here are nothing short of extraordinary. There is much we could learn of Zodiac and his imprisonment, but perhaps you could offer us more focused guidance. Pray, tell us of the calamity that came before and comes now again.
Why is there never any crazy party at the end of the world villains anymore? Do you mean like in terms of like Disney villain evil villains? Like villain evil for the sake of evil villains? I mean, those do still kind of exist. It's just, you know, sometimes they're just not in great stories, or they're in kids' stories. It really just depends on the execution. Or like, hey, the world's ending, I'm gonna have some fun. I mean, I don't know. I couldn't tell you. I can't think of any villains that fall in that category. Honestly, Eggy? I guess when I think about it, in a story set in the apocalypse, having an okay, way better put it, the glorious bastard villains. Glorious bastard. I think it's because, like, again, that just sounds like the, you know, the evil is fun villain. And again, they kind of do still exist, but they're mostly just been kept to children's media and Disney movies. And not even Disney movies anymore. One could really say that the last Disney villain, like real Disney villain, was I can't remember his name, but the dude from The Princess and the Frog. And he was okay. Or like even Mother Gothel was probably the last Disney villain. In that they were just evil for the sake of being evil. Usually, people find that glorious bastards make far better heroes and side characters nowadays than villains, because with these sorts of characters, we like them too much to want to see them fail. Dr. Facilier, he had his goals and motivations though. Yeah, but he was still like pretty just evil for evil's sake. Again, he's with Facilier, he was essentially making deals with like the devil and evil spirits and voodoo, and and to keep your power, you have to keep appeasing those spirits. So that's one of the reasons he kept doing his things. All with the idea of don't blame him, blame his friends. They're the ones that do it. But still a evil, irredeemable Disney villain. Mother Gothel, I guess, when you consider that I think Tangled came out after Princess and the Frog. After Tangled, we kind of stopped getting good Disney villains. And Disney villains that the audience tried to make you sympathetic towards. Because after Tangled, I think was when Frozen happened, and Frozen and then later on kind of end up going for the face heel turn, the twist, or actually our villain has a tragic backstory and this is why they're the way they are. And they're all bad. The twist villain, the twist face heel turn villain in Frozen being what's his face? Hans, I think was his name. That was a twist no one was expecting, and it turns out he's evil, and it's like, this came out of nowhere, what the fuck? Nothing told you that this guy was evil. That's dumb. Xenos, Emmett, etc. Yeah. Well, Emmett, there's a lot more going on, but when it came to the latter half of villains that are like, look at the reason why they're evil, this is why they're evil, it's not their fault, blah, blah, blah. Tragic backstory no jutsu. Disney started doing those a lot more with their live-action remakes. Beauty and the Beast, live-action remake. They gave Gaston damage. They made him have PTSD and things like that because he was in a war. Maleficent, they gave a backstory for Maleficent, but that was in its own movie, but they did that. Cruella de Vil. There we go. Cruella de Vil. I couldn't find my zoom button. Yeah, you know. The bitch that kills puppies. Let's give her a backstory and redeem her. That's a great idea. Okay. They started doing that. I don't know if Aladdin did it with Jafar. It wouldn't surprise me. It wouldn't surprise me if somebody gave Jafar too many freaking swirlies in the community bathroom toilet. How the fuck? Like, they started doing this thing of like, why are these villains evil? And it's like Scar from The Lion King, and it's like, what? We don't care. No one cared about why these villains were evil. Nobody asked those questions. The people who did ask those questions were the really pedantic, nitpicky audience members that can't sit down and enjoy a story, for God fucking sake. These are the people that asked for that, like, picked apart the Beauty and the Beast as to, does every single moving piece of kitchenware and flatware and object in the enchanted castle have have a soul? Is there a one-to-one soul to item in the castle equivalent? No, the answer is no. It's an enchanted castle, which means that the stuff in it is also enchanted and can be magical and can move on its own. It doesn't mean it has a soul. Cruella de Vil just wants to make a really high quality soft coat. by killing puppies. That's it. Fucking Ursula? I don't know. I can't wait to see what they do to fucking Ursula. Fucking Titan turned down her fucking promposal. I don't know what the fuck I don't know what the hell they're gonna do to Ursula. Fucking Gaston, he was in the war. He was on the front lines, and I guess in fucking aristocratic France, freaking got hit with a musket or something. I don't fucking know. Okay, so Ursula already did have a backstory at least. I'm gonna assume you're probably talking about the Little Mermaid animated series, and I can believe that. But we're gonna also assume that only like 5 people watched that. Kind of like how only like 5 people watched the Hercules one. I know more people did, but I'm just gonna say for now that like 5 people watched these, and they were the same 5 people. No, the Little Mermaid 2? The same thing, only like 5 people watched the Little Mermaid 2. Okay, because I watched the Little Mermaid 3, and I'm one of the 5 people. They're not good. they're not good. They also gave Ursula a crazy sister and just never talk about her again. So, I love those straight to DVDs. Probably even more in those villain novels you find in the Target book section. Hey, they're not. Oh fuck, there was a sequel I'd completely forgotten about. Yeah, see, there you go. Nobody watched. Let's be real. Your parent, and most of the people that ended up with a Disney sequel as a kid, it's because their parents bought it for them because you liked the first one. Ironically enough, I got Pocahontas 2, and I had never seen Pocahontas 1 at the time. I saw Pocahontas 2 and I fucking loved it. It's okay. Pocahontas 1 is good. Aged really badly, but it's okay. I mean, it's implied Ursula got screwed over by Neptune in the original, if I recall. I can't say I remember. And by the time, honestly, at this point, I'm kind of a little hard-pressed to believe they gave Ursula anything in the second movie because she was already fucking dead. And all we had was her crazy sister to say shit. And a couple sentences from her crazy sister does not a backstory constitute. Say what you will. That's just the fact. The only thing they gave her was that if she wanted to fuck Neptune, it was cast. Yeah, that's it. That's not a backstory. That doesn't tell me why she's evil. Like, okay, she was cast out. Exiles don't automatically mean bad people, though. Like, look, Neptune had both fucked over and just straight fucked them. Welcome to mythology, folks. Everyone's a bad guy. Yeah, so, unfortunately, that's not a proper, backstory. Maybe they'll take that and expand a little bit more on it in the Little Mermaid live action, because it's, again, the live actions that really like to do this. Unfortunately, again, I cannot speak for the Aladdin one. I have not seen the Aladdin one. I'm not sure if Cinderella does it either. I think Cinderella was one of the first live action remakes of a Disney property besides The Jungle Book. Ones that it's hard to say, but I know that the live action remakes, specifically mostly Beauty and the Beast and 101 Dalmatians, and then a couple later Disney films in general, kind of really want to get into the meat and potatoes as to why the villain is the villain instead of them just being the villain, because now people want the villains to have a backstory, but it's only a very, very vocal minority. There are clearly a lot of people that still enjoy the Disney villains, the classic ones from the Disney Renaissance, and it is very clear that Disney themselves also know this because they pretty much promote the villains almost as if they're their own brand at this point. Like, there's like a TV series that are like the descendants of the Disney villains. There's Twisted Wonderland that's set in an all-boys school, and you freaking can meet and date freaking schoolhouse leaders that are inspired and based on the Disney villains. There's just Disney villain merch and freaking memorabilia and in the Disney World parks. Can't wait to see how they sympathize Judge Frollo from Hunchback of Notre Dame, if they even get to that. But like, we don't. It's and I'm not too big of a fan of it, but I can also see why most people now kind of go away from the evil for evil's sake villain, because they're very easy to do, but they're kind of hard to explain. But honestly, writers should never have to worry about that, because those pedantic critics that go on about why your villain is evil is stupid, and probably don't read the work anyway. So just make your stupid glorious bastard villain. But also make your glorious bastards also members of the main cast, or even a hero, because again, people also love glorious bastards. We love watching them on screen. We love seeing them freaking shine on stage and do what they do. And sometimes we love them so much we don't want them to fail. But when they're the villain, we know that they most likely will fail. In 14's case, I'm not going to say that Xenos is a glorious bastard. Fandaniel is. Fandaniel is the glorious bastard. And in this case, because there's still a lot more to go on here in Endwalker, Fandaniel is not the main villain. He is a villain, but not the villain. And that's why in this case, he can kind of get away with what he wants, because what's happening is that it's just a stepping stone for the greater villain that has now clearly been made present in 14. So that's also where your glorious bastard lies, in kind of your mid-boss villain, not your main villain. Okay, so like your minion, essentially your evil minions, make really good glorious bastards, because again, you can give them what they want, maybe end up offing them and giving them a glorious death, while still keeping them in that glorious bastard state and not having to go too into why they're that. They just are. Making them sympathetic just weakens their foundation on which the plot is built. Exactly. Cries and loving treasure planet. They're evil because they're needed for the plot, because if there's not something to fight, you don't have a story. Exactly. They aren't touching Hunchback again. It flopped the first time. Yeah. Alrighty. We've deviated a lot. So, let us continue. Long ago, before the Great Sundering, there was but a single world, Etheres. I'm gonna skip that because that's not a language. One day, from within the earth, a terrible cry issued forth, affecting a profound change in all manner of life. We were not exempt. Our creation magics ran rampant, giving shape and form to thoughts of hopelessness and despair. At first, the phenomenon was limited to a single region. But quickly, so very quickly, it spread and engulfed the whole of the star.
Were the ancients ever able to deduce its source?
They were not. However, the convocation struck upon a method to predict where the next corruption would manifest. The etheric energies which flow through all of creation in the form of various currents. The currents which course through the land and seas. Those which flow through the very air. And those of the celestial nature which encompasses both our star and this moon.
Celestial currents. I cannot say I am familiar with the concept.
Nor would I expect you to be. Few scholars of our time knew of their existence. I swear if they say Sephiroth's name is in the planet. E.T. Phone Home is all I hear when I look at that guy. Their invaluable knowledge helped us to better understand the nature of the calamity. Like the terrestrial ones of Earth, the celestial currents form a vast network, but the ethereal distribution is not consistent. The convocations soon realized that the inciting incidents occurred in regions where the flow was weakest. Correlation without clear cause. Ultimately, nevertheless, on closer study, a stagnancy of ether was observed in nearby currents.
And so they sought a means to harness the forces of darkness, of activity and growth. Thus was Zodiac conceived. No less a power than a god could set right the laws of nature and quicken the flow of ether within the star.
Precisely. With the advent of Zodiac, our end was averted.
Emmett Selk claimed that those who summoned Hydaelyn did so because they saw Zodiac's power as a threat. Is that true?
Indeed. There was a faction opposed to Zodiac's creation, but their aim was never to unmake him. They understood the continued preservation of the natural order was dependent on his very existence. Until we could identify and address the underlying cause of the final days, he would need remain, for his departure would set in motion those apocalyptic forces once more. Hydaelyn recognized this as well. And so, rather than destroy, she sundered Zodiac, herself, and the star into lesser reflections, that she might confine him in this place. And what she told me in the ethereal sea was false. Could have sworn she beseeched me to banish the darkness. Perhaps she did, but as with all beings, intent is not always in accord with spoken word. Hydaelyn and Zodiac are both constructs of man, approximations of perfection limited by our own imperfections. Zodiac was, without question, the more powerful of the two, having been born from the sacrifice of half Aetherius' population. Thus was it necessary for Hydaelyn to commit herself wholly to his defeat. Still, more effort was needed to confine him. Maintaining the brands taxed her greatly. With that power, she dared spare. She cried out to any who might listen, and offered her blessing to those who heeded her call. Though it was likely within her power to do so, I believe she did not wish to speak of Aetherius and her history. Like Zodiac, Hydaelyn's purpose is a reflection of her creators. They wish to look to the future and not linger in a prison of the past.
The Ascians set in motion 7 rejoinings before we came to oppose them. How many more worlds would have been lost had we not placed our faith in her? How many more souls living in the present would have been snuffed out for the sake of those long dead?
Well, in light of recent events, I see no reason to doubt your words. And even if Hydaelyn is not a god in truth, if Minfilia believed that we should trust in her plans, then I choose to do just that. Which brings me to a rather important question. Let's suppose we try but fail to stop this second coming of the final days. Should the source fall, what will become of the other worlds?
The nomenclature is more fitting than you know. Bring ruin to the source, and its reflections will share in its fate. Ah, it is ready. This way, if you would be so kind. A beautiful sight, is it not?
Yes, but what is it?
Hydaelyn knew better than any that her power was not absolute. Indeed, she has ever struggled to hold Zodiark and his faithful at bay. She feared the worst, and so made preparations. In the event of his demise, there would be a contingency. The moon is more than a prison. It is a vessel capable of bearing the people of Atheres to safe harbor. You need not go far to find its pilots. In fact, I should be happy to take you to them and fulfill my final duty as Watcher in the Dark. The moon's a fucking spaceship? Yes, Eggy, the moon is a fucking spaceship. And we're gonna meet the pilots. So moon's haunted. Also, there are ghosts on the moon. We already saw the ghosts. It's fine. Moon's haunted. Okay, that's kind of badass. It's time to meet these fucking moon pilots.
Our moonship pilot should be around here somewhere. Is that right?
I mean, I don't see them, Thancred. Do you see them? Is that the victory theme? Yes.
lively, everyone? I know, this 1243rd inspection is a mite ahead of schedule, but it is of the utmost importance, for Zodiac, alas, is no more. As of now, our mighty moon has a new purpose, to bear the people of Aetheris to safety. Our time has come, my friends! We must be swifter than swift. There is much to do before our guests arrive. I expect your workstations to be immaculate, and don't forget to relay our signal to Aetheris.
They're so cute.
Questions? Yes? No? Maybe so? No? Then hop to it!
So the moon is haunted, is a spaceship, and its crew is space rabbits. Okay, who was on LSD when they made this game? Well, no, when you think about it, it makes sense. They're bunnies. Moon bunnies. There's a bunny on the moon. And the moon only had the haunted part because Zodiac was there. And all those spirits are gone now. There's no more ghosts on the moon. This moon is a reference to Final Fantasy IV. They had the bunnies and ghosts. No, they're one ghost left.
It's a rather curious crew she
The
had
Watcher.
chosen. Their endearing forms intended to ease the passengers' hearts, perhaps.
They're boonies.
Perhaps.
They're boonies. Tancred's just like, what? Thancred's dumbfounded expression suggests he's still struggling to comprehend the spectacle he has just witnessed. They are called the Loporrits.
Right, of course. Introductions are in order. Ahem. My name is Livingway, and we are the Loporrits, created for the express purpose of commanding this ship and bearing the people of Aetheris to a brave new world. More specifically, I am the one whom she charged with the execution of her most vital plans. You might say I'm her right paw. Livingway's the name, map reader and navigator of the heavens.
Pleasure to meet you all, but I'm still trying to make sense of this.
Confusion and bewilderment are completely understandable. Fear not, I shall walk you through it. The people of Aetheris, through no fault of your own, I'm sure, set in motion a series of events that, unfortunately, culminated in Zodiac's obliteration. Acutely aware of the imminent crisis, your parents sent you little ones on ahead while they began the necessary preparations.
Your parents.
Still not following? No? Very well, I shall elaborate further. Here, we have Aetheris, your home, and the moon, where we are now. Without Zodiac around to keep things lively, so to speak, the celestial currents of the star have doubtless begun to degrade. A calamity of apocalyptic proportions will be visited upon Aetheris, bringing an end to all life. Very sad, that.
So too hath the Watcher claimed. By thine unperturbed countenance, I gather this eventuality was anticipated.
The doom and gloom. Oh yes, quite expected. Imagine, if you will, that Atheris is a delicious carrot that I've forgotten to eat and left out in the midday sun. The most earnest wishes or prayers will not stop it from rotting to the core. So sadly, there's nothing to be done but to abandon said carrot, Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you, to its grisly fate.
Atheris, in case the metaphor is lost on you. In case you're too stupid to fucking In case you're too stupid to fucking understand, the carrot is Atheris. Atheris is the carrot. Your home is the carrot. We're leaving.
And this moon will serve as the vessel to deliver us to a new home.
Just so! We will gather up as many people, supplies, and resources as our stores will hold.
You're finally understanding.
And then, once everyone is aboard, it's off to another star. Easier said than done, admittedly, for one does not simply hop from star to star on a whim, which is precisely why we've spent countless years constructing the most propulsive of propulsion systems. We ought to make it to our destination in 2 shakes of a rabbit's tail.
Impressive technology. I dare say it is beyond anything we have ever seen.
We each have engineering PhDs.
No need to shower us with praise. All we've done is faithfully carry out the instructions left to us by Heidelin. Back in the old days, when she was still just Venar, she was dedicated to the study of the world and its inner workings. And the Watcher, the real one, not the simulacrum you met, was one of her fellow researchers.
Squeaky, why is your living way so good? I'm scared. It doesn't sound like it.
We and this wondrous vessel masquerading as a moon are products of their knowledge and know-how.
We did not make the moon. They made us. And then we made the moon.
There's certainly more to you all than meets the eye. Might I ask where exactly you intend to take us?
We don't know yet.
We identified a few promising candidates for resettlement some time ago, but we cannot guarantee that they are fit for habitation. Moreover, the ship can only travel in short bursts. We intend to go down our list, hopping from star to star, until we find one suitable for resettlement. No need to worry, though. The vessel is being refurbished with accommodation for an extended stay as we speak. While we did have to rely upon outside help to determine what amenities were essential, I dare say we have risen to the challenge.
Help? From who?
From you and yours! Who else? Each time we woke to perform regularly scheduled maintenance, we were greeted by the resources you sent us. What better way to learn about preferences and proclivities of our present-day charges? Ah, but you're still adorable little children. Perhaps your elders were responsible for the deliveries.
What do you mean we sent you stuff? What do you mean, my parents?
I'm not sure what led you to conclude otherwise, but I can assure you that we are all grown men and women.
Thancred's saying it. We're all adults. Ludas.
And I very much doubt my elders know this place exists, much less how to send you so much as a starlight missive.
He pretty much said my parents don't even know how to send a holiday card.
What? Then who in blazes let you on my moon?
What? Then who the fuck let you in here?
Heidelin herself led you here.
rabbits, like, I'm 10,000 years old, you're like a baby to me.
You don't say! Well, that's really not children. Then why are you so small and stunted? Like little baby carrot people.
Well, Amarotines were a great deal taller. In the present day, persons of such prodigious size are exceedingly rare.
So, you're saying everyone's not like the Watcher?
Yeah.
Oh, confound it all! Someone could have at least scribbled a note about your profound miniaturization. What the fuck? Nobody told us that you got so goddamn small!
That tome in thy possession.
Oh, this? One of the first books sent to us. A compendium of the people of Aetheris, with a few blank pages at the back for minor corrections and updates as needed. The sum total of our knowledge of your kind is contained in these pages. I thought it was abridged and made small for our benefit, but this isn't a regular-sized book, is it?
Yeah.
Building Way, can you hear me? Yes, we're all very busy. Change of plans. I need you to rebuild the domiciles at 1/3 the scale. All of them. Yes, all of them, and but me no buts. See to it with all speed.
Perhaps you could tell us a bit more about your terrestrial collaborators.
I see now. Well, our studies have shown that now is the time to panic.
So pretty much she said,
Okay, Building Way. So, excuse me, I just want to let you know, all the dormitories and all the cities and everything that you've built inside that's meant to be habitations for the people of Aetheris, get rid of it and cut it down to 1/3 its size. I don't care. Do it right now. You've got a week. Yes, in due time. But first, I'd like to hear more about you, if it's all the same. I'd rather not risk any other complications due to outdated knowledge of our passengers-to-be.
well, good news is that the food stores will last a lot longer than predicted. Hey, silver lining. There you go. Poor Building Way, though. Style the hero. So, they take us, to... They take us to, their various, areas, and departments where they're going about, getting things ready for the people of Theres. Their food. This is the food that you all will be eating. They only have carrots. Only carrots. They have made various different colored types of carrots. Carrots that provide different nutrients and different things. But everything is a carrot. So we tell them, this kind of sucks. They take us to a department that's supposed to be kind of like a forest. The Loprids don't know what a forest is. So it sucks. Then they're like, but don't worry, we've also been studying fashion and we can fashion you a new outfit. Well, no, again,
Ready in the teleporter.
well, actually, Eggy, again, they found a way to make the perfect, most nutritious foods. But everything is a carrot. They've made a carrot that is good for protein and the brain functions. They've made carrots that have vitamins and minerals. They have carrots that, they have a carrot for everything. So they've perfected a diet that fulfills all of your nutritional needs into carrots. Yeah. The rare time a picture book would have been more helpful. Unfortunately. Either way, they dress us in fashion, and the fashion sucks as well.
Huh? Access to living quarters restricted due to reconstruction. Then where is it? Oh no!
A private audience, as thou didst request, for reasons I know not.
Just a precaution. I'd rather I didn't have to ask the question at all, but I take my responsibilities very, very seriously. Do you and your friends, by any chance, find our accommodation wanting? Be honest, brutally even.
'Twould be ungracious of me to belittle the efforts of thee and thine.
Lovely sentiment, really. But the disappointment is writ plain on your comrades' faces. It's all the more frustrating since no one will come out and say what they find wanting. If there are faults in our work, we need to know. We can, we will do better. But time is not on our side. The final days will wait for no one. If your people are to be saved, we must take quick and decisive action. This vessel must serve as a home for as many passengers as possible, for far longer than we may like. Which brings me to my request. Our collaborators on Atheris are doing what they can to prepare for the voyage. Would you be willing to go and lend them a hand? Having seen the moon for yourself, you could speak to its many splendors, learn what else they might require, and assuage whatever concerns they have.
Wherefore wouldst thou entrust me with such a task?
How to put it? You're the only one who appears not to be wholly unsatisfied with our work.
What? It's always Urianger. It's always Daddy Ange. But again, they're just like, so in the things they've taken us on, it's very clear that Thancred and Y'shtola and you, the player, are not really content with what they like. There's a quip said. There's a look of disdain. There's an unapproving look. And again, not really hiding the fact that we don't really like where this is going. Urianger, though, is like, this is cool. Yeah, okay. They're trying. And, because this place looks like a tomb. How about some plant life? Well, here's the thing. Again, Eggy. They don't know. Like Krabozi said, this would have been the best time to have given them a picture book. But they clearly weren't sent that. When it came to materials, they were given tomes, and whoever is giving them this information didn't give them a tree, didn't give them a book telling them what a tree is, or what it looks like, maybe a description, but that leaves it to their imagination. When they make the park, they said, we don't know what the sun looks like. We don't know what a tree looks like or what a forest looks like. But based on some descriptions here, there's these weird masts with green things on them. And they're spread about kind of sporadically. And there's a big yellow ball in the sky that shines. We know what water is. There's a science to water. We've made water. We have clean water. We can give you a lot of water. So we have some water here. But it's not a park. They don't know what that is. When it comes to foods and, you know, foodstuffs, they don't know what that is. They're rabbits. They know what carrots are. They like carrots. When they think of food that's delicious and enjoyable to eat, they think carrots. And they kind of go with that because it's what they know, and they'll just hope that the people of the fairies like them. Because they were also focused on, well, the people need vitamins and minerals and protein and carbohydrates and things for their brains and things for their hearts and things for their bones. So let's first try to make sure that we can achieve these needs, and then we'll focus on the food later, and we'll make it first with carrots, and then they decided it's just easier if we make it all carrots. Then it's like fashion. They all dress the same. They don't have a fashion sense. They have kind of what they have. It's the bare necessity, and they don't really know much else. They probably weren't sent too much in terms of fashion trends, just what certain garments are. When they dress you, they put you with a robe over another robe, a pair of pants, a boots, another robe, a hat or two, and a pair of goggles, and they're like, fucking looking good, mate. Like, but they don't know. They don't know. But they also don't have anyone there to tell them that this is wrong, that this needs to get fixed. They've been preparing all this stuff for people who they didn't even know how big they were. The only thing they had to kind of tell them how big the people were the Watcher, because that's how big Hydaelyn was when they were Vana. That's how big the ancients were, so that's how, I guess, how big the people of the fairies were, because again, it wasn't told to them how big they were. Oh yeah, no, I know you're not reprimanding them, but this is where you kind of start feeling bad for them. And even as when I was playing through this, I kind of felt bad for them. And I wished that as a player, like, you could kind of, like, I'm trying to remember if I had much choices, but to, like, communicate that, you know, it's good, you guys are trying, but this isn't quite it. But you don't really get the chance to tell them this isn't really it. You're just like, maybe it's not me. Maybe other people will like it, though. You give them, like, very lukewarm answers, and here's the thing. They might be little bunnies, but they're also engineers. They're not stupid. They just don't know. And that's where Urianger comes in, where he sees that they're trying and sees where some things might be lacking, but it's almost charming what they've made. He's impressed. He's charmed. Whereas with Thancred and Y'shtola, they were kind of like, this ain't it. I imagine being told your life's work was done incredibly wrong. I was feeling bad for them up to the point where everything is carrots. And again, that's the thing of, they're rabbits.
Quite good at pretending that's the case, at least. Calm, collected, tactful to a fault. Very particular with your words, too. You understand that, in the face of great danger, one cannot pursue perfection at the expense of practicality. The difficult choices must often be made for the greater good.
And so fate doth conspire to set my feet upon this path once more.
Come again?
Ah, idle musings. 'Tis no trifle, thou dost ask. Yet full well do I understand the urgency and necessity.
Oh yeah, of course. But that's the thing of, like, with Urianger's point, yeah, he might want a steak. Yeah, he might want a pie. But they got carrots. That's what they got. And that's what they made. And right now, the apocalypse is happening, and we've only got a fortnight to get this shit done. We don't got enough time to start to teach these assholes how to make pies.
Oh, dear me! Dear me! I was terribly sorry for the mix-up. It's a bit of a malfunction. I hadn't realized the residential quarters were inaccessible, you see. But you're still in one piece. So, all's well that ends well, yes? Won't happen again. I promise.
Well, they have time to get some cows on board. Just grab some, like, stock and feed them the carrots. Well, here's the thing, though, too, Eggy. They don't have grass. You need time to, you know, get these cows ready. You can try to Noah's Ark them. You have to gather all of these cows. You have to gather all the chickens and the pigs and all that stuff. It's easier said than done when the apocalypse is not going to give you the time. Again, upon finding out that actually the people of the fairies are a third the size of the ancients, Living Way just told Building Way to take the residential district and cut everything to a third its size. This is residential quarters that they've been building for hundreds of years because it's supposed to hold the population of an entire planet. This isn't just the resources to feed a city or the resources for a country. This is the resources for a world that you have to gather. So you can't in like the amount of time that it takes for the world to end. And that's why it's like, again, the Loporits are worried that it's like, you're not telling us what's wrong. We need to know what's wrong. I'm well aware I'm just making like, and no, I know, and it's okay. It's okay. Like, their main priority is get the people out, because that's what matters most. It's get the people out, not get the cows and the chickens and the pigs and the grass and the melons and the... No, it's the people. There's no Noah's Ark, it's just the people. And that's where they're worried. Again, they've done everything they can to perfect everything based on the information they have, and nothing really else. So whoever their collaborators were should have really found a way to send somebody over to check on them, but it seems like they never did, and we don't know who the collaborators are. So, well, who knows what will happen. Thancred suspects Urianger is keeping secrets again, and while there's no doubt your enigmatic comrade would only do so with the best of intentions, the weary bard cannot help but worry. He asks you to follow Urianger.
Thine arrival is timely as ever.
Hi, Daddy Ange.
Thou didst chance to overhear my conversation with Living Way, I presume?
Mm-hmm.
'Twas not mine intent to move in shadow. Nevertheless,
I have been asked to do that and more yet again. Is it so plain that these strangers could intuit it at a glance? My capacity for silence and secrecy and duplicity. And Grahatir did contrive to deliver the first at the price of his own life. I was complicit in the scheme. A sacrifice averted for a mercy. Would that I could say the same for Minfilia. One life for one world. And by that bloody bargain brokered by my hand were the scions robbed of a dear comrade, and Flamine her beloved daughter. Two souls, whose selflessness was beyond measure, whose resolve was unshakable. They would not be moved even had I thought to protest. But protest I did not. Far from it. I pushed them forward. No effort did I make to seek out alternatives, ones that would not demand such terrible costs. That resignation weigheth heavy on my mind, as does the memory of another lost to mine inaction. Dearest Moonbringer, who did face death unflinching, that we might secure a means to bring low the Ascians. In her hour of need, I did naught. Dutiful disciple of Louisoix, ever looking to the greater good. Had I shut mine eyes and bid her live instead, mayhap she would be with us today. Selfish wants, born of everlasting regrets. Most days I put them from my mind, but could think of naught else when asked to swallow the same bitter draught. Subterfuge and sacrifice. Mayhap the right moral choice, but one I regard with great trepidation. The calamity of Amarot was a tragedy beyond reckoning. One which must never again come to pass. Thus must we struggle, haunted by ghosts of those we have lost, clinging to those we pray we can yet save. But what of those we cannot? How do we make peace with the dreadful algebra of necessity?
Sometimes there's no right answer. Have faith in yourself and your decisions. Take heart and protect well those you can. Would that we had time to weigh the costs.
I am not alone in my discomfort, then? 'Tis surprising, though perhaps not. We scions are wont to debate strategy at length, but are resolute and unwavering in execution.
There is never peace with algebra.
Strange. Scarcely can I remember when last we spoke alone, and so candidly.
We've almost never been alone, Daddy Anje. Ever.
I thank thee. For all my supposed skill with words, I find it difficult to express such private thoughts. As for the Loporrit's proposition, I will take time and consider how to respond. 'Twould be to our mutual benefit if we could converse more openly with our aspiring caretakers. A concern I should be glad to address on the Scion's behalf. To dispense with all pretense and bare one's heart to another is a frightening thing indeed. But we cannot move forward ere we take that bold first step. A lesson I have learned many times before. And today.
Funny how they never considered just making a new demon, but I doubt they have retained the knowledge on how to. So the most likely outcome would be a primal.
Curse these ears! I've heard bugger all!
I can't fucking hear them! I got these big flopping ears, now I can't hear a bloody thing! I just love the Loporrits so goddamn much. Also, God, Oriange's hot. And also, it's not that they don't remember how to make a demon, Eggy. It's a primal. You give it a lot of prayer and thoughts and sacrifice. But here's the thing. Primal bad. Primal bad, Eggy. And in the case of Zodiark, he was sealed for a reason. Zodiark in general wasn't made just with fervent prayer. He was also made with sacrificing half of the population at the time. And then kept up by sacrificing even more of that population. You want to go tell everybody down there that they need to sacrifice half of themselves to keep the world going? That's really hard. Back then, the ancients were able to do it willingly. The world's not like that anymore.
No matter. We've got our plans.
Alrighty. Hold on, back to old tricks. Yeah. Heart of the matter. Growingway suddenly remembers where the Scions can learn more about the final days. The archive's located on the second floor of the main plaza. Alrighty.
And what, pray tell, do we seek at the Watcher's Palace?
Oh, come off it, friend. You know full well why we're here. The time has come for you to return to Aetheris and help your brethren prepare for their journey here and beyond.
Forgive me, Living Way, but I cannot in good conscience proceed with this plan.
Huh? But what about the final days? The death and the doom? Oh, we have to hurry before it's too late.
Your unflagging commitment to your duty is endearing, to say the least.
Oh, bugger!
Be at ease. They bear you no grudge, nor do I. How could we, having come to understand your purpose?
They tried to take Oriange. They're like, we come to take him. He's gonna help us. We gotta help him. We gotta help. We got. And then they kind of attack you, and you have to beat some of them up.
For millennia, you and yours worked tirelessly towards the singular purpose of this heavenly vessel's construction. An arduous feat by any measure. 'Tis clear you have spared no effort. Why, your very names are a testament to your dedication.
Our names? I'm not sure I understand what you're getting at.
Names are an expression of the self.
I love
A
that.
declaration of one's hopes and aspirations.
No, and they're like, no, tiny children, let us keep you safe up here on the moon.
Your use of contemporary, uncomplicated nomenclature doth ensure clarity of purpose. There can be no doubt that your love for the people of Aetheris is boundless and pure.
Yes! Yes! A most mellifluous phrasing! We Loporrits were born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris. That shining, shimmering blue jewel, brightest star in the sky, brimming with life and possibilities. For as long as I can remember, I've toiled in anticipation of the day when this vessel might be needed. All I've ever wanted was to meet those she cherished so dearly, to serve and serve well. That goes for all of us, don't you see? So help us help them. Lead them here where we can keep them safe. If there's anything wrong with what we've built, we'll fix it. We'll make it right.
Your works want not for repair. Yet there remaineth much for you to learn of men, and your own kin besides. Singing Way, thy name bespeaketh more than the simple marriage of rhythm and rhyme. The songs of Aetheris are beyond counting, and span the length and breadth of emotion. Maps are monuments to man's pioneering spirit, and his devotion to charting the furthest reaches of our star. Many have devoted their lifetimes to exploratory pursuits, to venture unto the highest mountains and the deepest oceans in search of unknown frontiers. And thou, my friend, I do not think we've met.
My name is Puddingway.
Puddingway? Yes, indeed. A name of deep and abiding significance, I'm sure, but one perhaps better communicated through delicious deeds than tasteless words. A judicious application of fey magics at a later juncture may be appropriate.
Oh, hi, Jake!
Hello. I just got from a nap. How is the movie night going? You're at the Loporrits, so obviously terribly.
I love them.
Oh, hey.
Red is here! Can you believe it? They were just about to throw all this away. What a waste.
Hi, Jake.
Hello. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you trying to consume me?
Just a bit.
Yeah, I think this is the first time I've been in here with the chibi. I am just perfectly lap size now.
Yeah.
And ear consumable.
I'm gonna just slightly move you down though, so you're just there. We go.
Nudge me down. Make
There
me
you
shorter.
There you go. There we go.
I want uppies. Put me on lap.
You're technically still there. So who's gonna make the multiple participants way joke? No, who's gonna make the three-way joke? I love the Loporrits.
Loporrits are great.
And Living Way. 'Tis no easy feat to convey the significance of thy moniker. When I was a bookish boy, a dear friend of mine was fond of peppering me with questions as I read, to my occasional annoyance. One day, I posed to her a question of mine own. What doth it mean
to live. After much contemplation, she proffered this answer, the anticipation of a half-read story's conclusion. The hope today's mistake may serve as tomorrow's lesson. The wish that a new acquaintance may one day call thee friend. She believed it to be all these moments and more.
I want to understand, but...
I, too, still labor to find mine own answer. 'Twould be my pleasure to assist you and yours in embarking on a journey of self-discovery and enlightenment. For thee. Ink as blue as the waters of Aetheris. Made in haste, though I assure thee, the quality has not suffered for it.
What are you talking about?
The
This is only a
people
normal
need
quality
not
item,
be
you
persuaded
bitch.
by honeyed words.
Might as well have never made
I
it.
have faith they shall do what is right in due course. Until they do, I beg your patience, friends. And with that ink, let us fill the empty pages of Living Way's compendium. An open exchange of ideas will surely afford you all a better understanding of modern man, and with it, ideas for improvements and renovations. But more importantly, it shall empower us to together find a way forward.
I hope you're right. Thank you for this lovely gift.
There
Yeah,
you
this
have
is
it.
lovely and all, but the
I
clock's
shall
ticking,
remain
you
with the
handsome
Loporrits
bastard.
to ensure that all is in order.
Ah, it's fine. It'll
Though we
take
must
just as
needs
long as it
prepare
needs
for
to.
every eventuality, you would all agree that the evacuation of our star is a last resort. To accept failure is to accept the demise not only of our star, but that of Reen's, of all reflections, and the souls that call them home.
Are we really losing that much
Which
if
is
they
why
take
I
at
have
least the
every
void,
faith
though?
that you shall fight to the last.
Unfortunately,
That
we
such
can't pick and
drastic
choose which they
measures may
take with
prove
them.
Unnecessary.
Damn.
Should the worst come to the worst, and I pray deeply that it won't, I'll take comfort in knowing preparations were made under your watchful eye.
Aye, thou mayest be assured that if calamity cometh, not a soul will be left behind. If being the operative term.
That flower, how came it onto your possession? How very like her. Guided by its light, you may come to know her true intentions, intentions which remain a mystery even to us. In our time, we called it Elpis. You would do well to remember the name.
I hate to interrupt, but I feel like I need to make amends for all the secrecy.
Think nothing of it. We haven't been the most gracious of guests. Do convey our apologies to Growingway and the others.
But of course! And when next we welcome more guests from Aetheris, we'll have learned to be much more hospitable hosts. Oh,
Well, I've
and
learned not to
circling
put
back the
everything in
matter of
leopard print.
inappropriate secrecy, we ought to discuss our benefactors. And we'll make sure that not everything is fucking carrots. That
No, they'll never top that.
That we will attempt to promise you. I will not promise.
Agreed. The Charleyan Forum, yes?
What? How did you know?
The
We're
more
not
I heard,
fucking
the more
idiots.
obvious it became. The forum's aims align closely with those of your anonymous patrons. A telling coincidence would be an understatement. Though had we not taken it upon ourselves to peruse certain restricted tones in Labyrinthos, we might still be unaware of their plans. But let us continue this discussion upon our return. I dare
Maybe
say
you,
we have
Yashola,
yet
but they
to
were
know
really
any
fucking
others waiting
transparent
long
about it.
enough.
Me, if there are only carrots on this thing by the time I get back, I'm going to wind up eating growing way at some point. Alrighty. I think, let me see. Wow, we're not even halfway through the expansion. This expansion's one long movie. I'm gonna grab something to drink real quick. Let me just, one sec.
Follow. There's no one here beside me. I'm the master of this lap. I have taken over. Hi, everybody. Don't mind me, I'm just here to look pretty and be playing PvP quietly. Guys, everybody knows chat isn't real. You're just the voices in a streamer's head.
So how has your day been so far, Jake?
It has certainly been a day.
Ah. Yeah?
Right now, I engage in the eternal struggle known as I want to get to rank 25 in PvP again.
Oh, again.
I did it ages ago on the cab, but I don't have the mount on the potato, and it's like, but then I'll never have the mount on the potato if the season ends.
Oh.
What do I do?
Well, isn't the next patch coming out in January?
Yeah, I have until January to get to rank 25.
Okay. Well then. I think I'm halfway through the series. I think I'm on 12 or 13.
Yeah.
Can't remember.
You, to get everything that matters, you have to get the 25.
Yeah.
At like 15, 16, you get 2 pets. 20, you get a new border for like your photo shoots.
Mm-hmm.
And then at 25, you get a mount, which is just a fat fucking dragon. It's like the ones with the big butt from the Ishgard dungeon.
Oh. Neat. I just put the other half of my soup on to heat up. And then I think whenever I end stream is when I'll probably actually have that other bit of soup and then make more garlic toast. Have that be like the other half of my meal for this night.
Good plan.
Because I'm probably not eating more than that. I unfortunately don't have an appetite, but I don't want to leave food out for long. And Jester's not home till 9 because work's been open longer now with the holidays. So he's working till late. So now we've returned home with the idea of we're not going to the moon. That shall be our last resort should we not be able to prevent the apocalypse.
Moon only if we must.
Order! Order, I say!
I thank you all for gathering here on such short notice. This day we must speak of grave affairs and their implications for the future of Sharlayan, nay, of this very star. Said affairs concern all citizens, and so we have
Oh, hey,
called
Trent's in
for
the
a
chat.
public assembly.
Huh? What?
You have a new first-time chatter. Certified tsundere.
Certified tsundere? I just finished the Sorrows of Warlit side quest and I'm heartbroken.
Blah.
Oh, excuse me. They're really good. I really enjoyed the Sorrow of Warlit. World-ending mosh pit starts. When it comes to like the side story stuff, man. I did really enjoy the Eden raids. The weapon raids were really good too though, but I definitely want to say the Eden ones are probably one of my favorites.
It's a good raid series.
Yeah.
I'm a little lukewarm on the fights in it, but just talking like story-wise.
I mostly talk story-wise.
Yeah.
Under normal circumstances, we would pay little heed to petty disturbances outside our borders. The final days, however, are another matter altogether.
I haven't finished Eden. The weapons were too much after the last death. Yeah, I'm sorry. Eden is a happy one. I'll let you know that. Eden has a happy ending.
For we dare not ignore these prophetic words of Eld. The Endbearers will come, ushering chaos and calamity. The final days descend and devour the very star.
I really need to get /dote on the potato. I've got it on Gallon and the cat.
Is it true?
Yeah,
Will
you
all
should.
that really happen?
It's just every time I see somebody who is like on the enemy team in a PvP game, I'm like, I want to /dote you. Just, I love you. Don't worry.
The forum's most sacred duties.
Give voice to the voiceless. Let bindings be unbound. By unanimous decree, I declare the enchantment broken.
Master Leveilleur, if you would.
Get him, team.
Very well. "270 years ago, our forebears began an expedition in the Dravanian hinterlands, in search of a route to access the ethereal sea. This much is public knowledge. Their findings, however, would become the Forum's most closely guarded secret. What those researchers discovered in the hinterlands was not a passage unto the ethereal sea, but the very heart of our star, and Hydaelyn herself.
We found God,
She
literally.
spoke to them of a calamity that would extinguish all life.
And not one of
and
those
a
lame
means by
beastmen
which
gods.
we might be spared.
Mm-hmm.
The moon. 'Tis in truth a gargantuan vessel built to serve as sanctuary for her children and deliver them from this doom. Much like Nunkref's hope in ages past, it will bear the people of a world in the throes of death to a new home.
It will have everything we could ever want until the day we find a new home. Food and room and fashion. all perfect and meticulous the way we sent them and told them to do it.
We tell them we just sent them books. No, they'll panic.
Needless to say, this will be no small undertaking. To facilitate the great work, the Forum has maintained close contact with the servants of Hydaelyn, who presently reside on the moon. Convinced that the foretold end was all but inevitable, we began amassing a wealth of knowledge, not merely for the betterment of our nation, but in preparation for the journey to come.
Quick, hoard information.
You reveal this to us now? By the gods, how long do we have?
2 weeks.
While we cannot say with certainty, we believe the hour to be nigh. We received a transmission from the moon suggesting as much not long ago. Which is why we must in earnest begin preparations for the great exodus. For his impressive contributions and the leadership he demonstrated during our withdrawal from Dravania, we have elected Master Leveilleur to oversee this initiative.
Fellow scribes and scholars, my countrymen, we face a threat of unprecedented scale. We must challenge the trials before us with composure and conviction if we are to find salvation. The wisdom of Sharlayan has ever been a shining beacon in the darkness, and so it shall continue to be. It is our solemn charge to see our heritage preserved for future generations. For those who will come after, we will brave a new frontier.
Long short kids who wants to go to space.
When the chorus hits in this song, it's always like, oh.
Administrative edicts will be relayed to all major institutions ere long. In the meantime, carry on with your duties.
We will
With
still
that, I
send.
hereby call this assembly to a close.
We will still be assigning you summer reading and summer math. We expect your homework on our desks Wednesday morning. Apocalypse or no.
School is in fact not canceled.
Summer vacation does not come early.
Do you remember what Mother told us when we visited home? That it wasn't until after we were born that Father seemed to lose himself in his work. If that great work of his was the evacuation of this star, then...
Yes. It wasn't for his benefit.
It was for my absolute territory.
Would you mind waiting here a moment? I wish to speak with Father before we leave.
We need to go tell them that while Eve was an asshole, he wasn't an asshole. Take your time.
Thank you. I shan't be long.
If it's all the same to you, I have a few choice words to share with Father as well.
Okay, can we not let the religious nutjobs on the boat? The religious nutjobs will probably not want to go on the boat. They probably won't believe anything because they think that their God will save them.
Come to call us cowards and bid us join your fruitless battle against the inevitable.
No, Daddy.
Nay. We do not object to the Forum's proposal. On the contrary, those who wish to flee have every right to do so. Urianger is cooperating with your associates on the moon to ensure that all is ready should evacuation be our only recourse.
Then whatever your business, I suggest you be brief.
Dad, we just wanted to say we're...
The boundless
Dad! We're trying to say
we have first-hand knowledge of foreign cultures and have conversed with no small number of peoples. These experiences have taught us fundamental truths that cannot be recorded in any tome, nor charted on any map. The beating heart of this planet is its people, many of whom would give anything, even their lives, to protect the lands they love. Many may choose to join you in the end. But what of those unwilling or unable, for whom escape will never be an option? What would you have them do? To ignore the plight
Fucking
of those
egg.
one might conceivably save is not wisdom, Father. It is indolence. This is why we choose to fight.
We'll not ask for your understanding, Father. Only that you don't turn a blind eye to the good we have done. That we can still do. We're not children in need of protection. Hold fast to your principles and let the world burn if it please. But we believe there is still another way. And if there is, we will find it. You see if we don't.
Slammed.
Do as you will. Just stay out of our way.
Were he not so consumed with self-righteousness, he might tell you how proud he is of you both.
Bold words call for bold action, and there'll be no turning to your father should plans go awry.
As if I ever would. So long as there are those who wish to stay and fight for this star, we have to do what we can to help them.
And if we're to do that, we'll need to be well rested. Wouldn't you agree? And having triumphed over what we once thought to be the source of all evil, I can think of no one in greater need of at least a dozen winks.
Shall we then? To the Annex, to prepare for tomorrow.
So they need at least 30,000 people to have a stable genetic pool of each species. Possible.
Yeah, I think that's normal, like genetics.
Yeah.
And yeah, in 14, if I remember right, when it comes to the baby making, if they're not the same, it's just basically a no.
Well, if they're not the same, like, there's...
Yeah, like Rothgar and Mikote can't make baby.
But like, I know, the other races kind of can have, like, they can be cross stuff. It just kind of goes by Pokemon rules. It's just whatever the mother is. Yeah.
It's weird, cause in some cases they just say no, and then in others it's like, well, they're close enough, it's just a really low chance. But it's like, it's a thing they've not put forward that much in the game.
We know that at least Elizin and Here can make babies. Garlean and Here's, probably Garleans and Elizin. Still don't want to take a chance on that, yeah. I think I remember reading somewhere that it's like mixed races, the ones that have more obvious features like Aura and Mikote, they just have more reduced versions of the features. So like like Mikote mixed with other species will maybe have smaller ears and like shorter tails compared to more pure-blooded Mikotes and things like that. But it really kind of just depends on the situation.
Yeah, I just went to go like glance at like quick things. It's that thing of there are certain ones that just don't work, and then overall the chances of like a viable child just go down dramatically.
Mm-hmm. But yeah.
The information on it's a little scattered and vague. It's a thing the team never decided to, or rather, never really cared to answer.
Yeah. There's no making babies in this game, so it doesn't matter. But there are a couple instances of mixed races. They are just, rare. A visitor has come knocking at your door. Whoever could it be? We have a lot of choices. And I feel...
Well, time to watch the same cutscene 6 times.
I feel this is a good time as any to see what everybody says. I chose Graha. I know you chose Graha. I've seen more or less what happens with Astinian. I don't know what happens in any of the other ones. Do you?
I've seen them all, yeah.
Yeah, you've seen them all? Okay. Or if the audience here doesn't really care much, we could just move on. We'll start with Graha, because it's the one that I saw, and it's the one I really do enjoy. So we're gonna go see if it's Graha. Red Alphino or Blue Alize. Wibbling his tail around.
Apologies, I didn't mean to... If you could spare a moment before bed. Thank you. I fear this may be the last quiet night we have to talk for quite some time. I am troubled of late. Unwarranted concerns, perhaps. I hope. Nevertheless, I feel compelled to share them with you. Though you have bested your enemies thus far, Xenos and even Zodiac, your victories have come at a considerable cost to yourself. No one is without their limits, and you are no exception. I worry the added weight of the final days will prove more than you can bear. It is surely too much for any one woman. But you needn't bear it alone. Let me share your burden. My, carrying capacity pales in comparison to yours, but I could still help. Shoulder the occasional satchel from your ever-growing mountain of, baggage. You have already done so much to help relieve me of mine own encumbrances. 'Tis only fair that I repay you in kind. Of course, it needn't be any troubles we share.
Let me share your burden, small lady who has killed 15 gods.
And
Also,
I definitely don't 100% want to like cuddle with or anything. Only purely wholesome things here with Graha.
Also, I would think cross-species would result in a child with fertility issues. I'm thinking it might be like a donkey situation. Maybe. We could spend a lot of moments together before bed, Graha. Okay, I'm going to bounce and binge the Wednesday Addams season. Yeah. So if I see you around, enjoy the rest of the movie night. Yeah, sure. Thank you. Have a good night, Soul Fruit.
Moments of joy may seem few and far between now, but there will come a time when we look back fondly on this journey. The inquiry at the Forum, our march through the snows of Garlemald, our impromptu dinner in this very room. All of it. And that is to say nothing of the journeys yet to come. To the ends of the world and beyond. But tomorrow will be no less busy than today, and I've kept you from your rest long enough. Sleep well, my friend.
I love how this song also just always plays with him.
Right. I forgot Hilda from Heaven's Ward.
Yeah,
is...
Hilda.
Yeah, she's the big deal for that. But yeah, no. Looking at like the old dev panel, it's taboo, it's hard to succeed at, they take after the mum unless they're rarely Hilda.
Yeah. I think someone made a whole like YouTube video about like crossbreeding in 14. Alrighty.
Also, I just got the cheapest win in this stupid in a Crystal Conflict.
Yeah.
The thing was almost on the you win circle. So I just used the shotgun to push everybody off the circle, and it moved a slight inch over.
Wow.
And it was like, haha, get fucked. Welcome back to The Moon's on Fire.
More like the Earth is on fire and the moon is just watching in the distance.
The moon always watches. Cold. Distant.
Full of bunnies. Alrighty. We're gonna save Estinian for last, because they're last on the list. So let's go for Blue Alize.
Ah, I hope I didn't wake you. I pray you will forgive the unannounced visit, but I wish to speak with you before retiring for the night.
Hello, one of Alphanote's parental figures.
About Garlemald, and the time we spent with the people of Tertium. Dangerous though it was, I'm glad we had the opportunity to treat with Euless and Quintus. I was worried what might happen after we were collared. If they attempted to restrain you too. If they succeeded. Once more, I put you in harm's way. And for that, I must apologize. Or rather, I should thank you for trusting in me time and time again. After all our journeys together, I dare say I've used every expression imaginable to convey to you my gratitude. Nevertheless, I hope these words of mine still carry some small weight. Tomorrow, our fight continues. Mayhap it would have been better to seek you out after we have true cause for celebration. But having mustered the courage to stand up to Father and achieve a personal victory of sorts, I wanted to carry on in that spirit before my nerves got the better of me. The hour grows late, and you doubtless tire of my ramblings. I have a letter for Orenvold to finish, but we'll be off to bed shortly. Sleep well.
Well, we're on a new planet and all of our populations are down to like 100th of what they used to be. Time to fuck like rabbits, bunny people. I beg your pardon.
What are you talking about? We don't fuck.
We don't.
We were all born fully formed.
We do not fornicate. We We do not require the act of intercourse.
We...
Craving a midnight snack, were you? I did consider bringing a few sweets, but decided this wasn't an appropriate occasion. I couldn't sleep. Had a few things on my mind. I know it's late, so I'll try not to talk your ear off. It's Xenos. I keep thinking back to Garlemald when he'd taken control of your body. An altogether terrifying experience, to say the least. And one that served as a harsh reminder. No one, no matter how strong or quick or clever, is invincible. Not even you. And as much as it might seem at times that you are, one misstep, one mistake, and that's that. Which is why, even though I know you've heard it 1,000 times before, I'm going to tell you to take better care of yourself. Because you really, really should.
Aww.
It goes without saying that we're all committed to this fight. But that doesn't mean that we need to throw our lives away. You know how I feel about noble sacrifices.
I scream at Graha about them all the time.
Right, that's settled. We'll be keeping the acts of gratuitous bravado to a minimum. When I looked father in the eye and swore we'd find a way to avert this tragedy, it wasn't a promise just for him. It was a promise for you, too.
I like that one. So far I've noticed that Graha's the only one that's like freaking stumbling and nervous, like, oh fuck, what do I say? Is that gonna say? Like that little fidgeting thing that Graha does, it's so fucking adorable.
Listen, it's an established fact. Graha is perpetually horny for the Warrior of Light.
Oh man. Did I ever, God, I don't know if I ever sent you that one fucking meme that someone did with Graha. I gotta find it. I'll answer this very important question in just a second. I have to send something Jake that is very important.
It's Graha related. It's definitely invaluable.
It is Graha related. You have fun with this. I feel like I've shown this to you before, but you enjoy that. Someone comes rap tapping at my chamber door. Could it be Thancred? Oh, did I? Oh, there we go. We have naked Trin and recap art.
Evening. I hoped you hadn't crawled beneath the covers just yet. If you'll indulge me for a moment, I have a favor to ask.
Alright, I need alcohol.
Don't worry. Nothing desperate or dire, if that's what you were wondering. Not yet.
Wait, we have a naked Trin and recap? Oh, did you just post it? Oh, yes, you did.
Final days. The ancients went so far as to call it that for a reason. If so, then everything we did for Reen, for the first, will have been
What a fucking majestic landing.
And I can't accept that.
I'm expecting like
I just
okay.
can't.
Let's see. I fucking
Really befitting of the princess. Truly an epitome of her grace.
fucking sticking the landing.
Like a pro. In that way, only Trin can. That's what a 20 in Dex looks like.
She broke her fucking nose. She's Yamcha. No, she's not. No, it's more graceful than that. It's beautiful. Yeah, you have to find out tomorrow. It's also when we'll be showing Trin's new outfit.
Bro.
Oh my god.
Everybody should be there. And if you have no idea what the fuck we're talking about, don't worry, just be there.
There you go.
How you do that?
There you go, so that they know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay. That's a fair point.
Yeah.
My mind won't allow for the possibility. And that could be a problem. When we're in the thick of it, I don't know if I've got it in me to be pragmatic this time. To run, even if running's the right choice. The only choice. So if you see me
Man, that slaps from later.
Reality, beat some sense into me, would you? I trust you and the other scions with my life. And I'd like to think the feeling is at least occasionally mutual.
The word is occasionally there, buddy.
If my stubbornness put them in danger. Gods, listen to me. Beginning to sound like the father I never had. So, can I count on you to keep me in line?
Sounding like a parental figure.
No one else more eminently qualified. Excellent. Now I can breathe a bit easier. Which isn't to say that I will, given what we're up against. Let's keep this little chat our secret. I'd rather not have anyone scolding us for burning the midnight oil.
I want to just keep believing that, like, we've been having this, like, migraine over and over again, and just in between each migraine,
it's just, motherfuckers, I'm trying to sleep.
There's been someone knocking in. Squeaky and Jake, how's it going? Hi, Cerberus. How's it going? This cutscene that we're just at a cutscene that has a variation for each member of the Scions, so we're watching all of them. Unfortunately, it means we have to, like, watch this little bit beforehand, but it's okay. Alrighty, Stola.
You're still awake. Good. Might I trouble you to stand still for a moment? Nothing appears out of the ordinary. A precautionary measure. You will recall that serving as a vessel for abundant light in the First very nearly ended poorly. In your recent battle on the moon, you were almost certainly exposed to similar, if not greater, forces. Fortunately, from what I can see, you and your ether are none the worse for wear. Would that Reen were here to confirm my assessment. To think you actually found yourself in a direct confrontation with Zodiac. As if Xenos gallivanting about in your body was not misfortune enough. Did you so grossly offend every single deity in a past life that they saw fit to place a curse upon your soul?
Honestly, there's a decent chance of that.
That was in poor taste. I recall vividly how battered and broken it was in the depths of Amarant. Would that you could have seen it with your own eyes. Mayhap then you would understand why the greater part of me is glad you did not. It was a horror beyond description. Promise me you will be careful, that you will seek my counsel if you feel unwell. That puts my heart at ease, if only a touch. I suspect it will grow colder as the night wears on, so do be sure to stay warm. Sleep well. May the shadows keep you.
Heh. She still does the little thing. She still does the things from Slitherbow. God, she wants to go back to the First so badly. Alrighty. I feel like we should have like started from the very top because then I could watch Graha, but now we have to watch Estinian.
You watched Graha.
I know, but I want to watch it again.
Then watch it again. You're in control here.
No, we already watched it. Jake looks like Squeaky's plushie, and I'm a fan of that, says Cerberus. Sitting on her lap as she watched this. Alrighty. Estinian? Estinians was apparently the most expensive one to make. Wearing a whole different outfit, sir.
Good. The twins thought now would be a wonderful time to pay a visit to my chambers, rather than listen to them bicker over tonight's snacks and
Oh, really? They were just here a little while ago.
I seized the first opportunity to make my escape. To their credit, they decided against intruding on your peace and quiet.
Where did you get the outfit from, Estinian?
Can all be a bit exhausting at times, can't it? I wasn't sure what to make of you at first. During the Dragon Song War, how quick you were to take up a cause not your own. But I came to see that is simply the way of you and yours. I will not pretend to understand this talk of ancient primals and the final days, but I trust in your judgment and choose to believe in your cause. You and Alphino have my lance, now and always.
Oh my.
You'll need it.
Oh.
Rack and ruin looming on the horizon.
Oh.
Calamity bearing down upon us.
Oh, Estinian! Estinian!
There's no place I'd rather be than here.
We should be sleeping!
Standing shoulder to shoulder with friends.
Well, don't worry.
That's
There'll be some sleep once his work's done. First, you've got to polish the lamp.
Against your enemies.
Oh, okay, you're talking about
I'll
fighting.
make them rue the day they met me.
You're talking about fighting, okay.
Oh, damn, he's possessive.
You're really tall.
Excuse me? I could do with a little air.
You just said you weren't going to enter my room.
I was never here.
Why enter my room when you didn't do it the...
Forget who he is.
Until the morrow.
Sir?
Yeet.
He literally
Fucking
just
dragoons.
fucking jumps out the goddamn window. Well.
Man, if only Kato was able to be cool, he could do that.
It's like, sir? Sir? Dragoons after their one-night stands. Yeet. Oh, man. A short while earlier in the Alamegan Quarter.
Thank the gods that tower is gone. The sight of it was enough to make me sick.
Thank the Ilsebar contingent, more like. Word is, they fought their way into Garlemald and toppled the bloody thing themselves. Not just the one, neither. All the towers have up and vanished.
Aye, I heard the same. Commander Aldin and his troops helped keep casualties to a minimum, too. But is it true they brought back tempered Garlean soldiers?
As Commander Aldin tells it, they've a treatment for that now. But don't you worry. Cured or not, they've no plans to bring them into the city proper.
I see. Well, that's a relief then. I know we've brothers and sisters among the lot, but I can't say I'm eager to welcome them home.
Wanted to think about it for a while yet. But to be looked after in Alagana for the time being.
Just another lovely day where all is well and nothing bad happens.
Yep. Did that one play for you when you, Meanwhile, in Ishgard? Because that is related to the role quests. The Alamegan Quarter, and that's where the healer one is.
Yeah, they go through all of these and it's showing where the the role quest, because like this is when everything starts.
Yeah.
Another
Aaronville.
day, another commission of paramount importance.
God, he is such a pretty bunny, man.
He is
Oh.
very pretty.
What have we here?
I wish he was a scion.
Hey, are you all right? Was that? No. The shadows play tricks, nothing more. The towers are gone, and the Garlean threat is abated. And yet, why does it feel as though it's about to get much, much worse?
Why do I feel like I need to fuck off?
I should leave here. Quickly.
I should leave. Oh. was gonna say, because I only remember them going over Alamigo and Ishgard. They don't really go over anywhere else. They don't go over Gridania or Doma or anything, which I thought it was kind of odd, because I was like, okay. And then you see the role quest happening, and again, the Girabania, the Alamegan Quarter one, is the healer role quest, and then Ishgard, I think, is the magic
DPS.
The magic DPS.
Yeah. And then Gridania's tank.
Gridania's tank. Doma is long range melee.
Yeah, and the other one's melee. I remember that because I was really sad for the freaking Limsa Elemental one. Because I was like, if you were range DPS during that final fight, just everybody would have a fucking gun. Just be like, everybody, just shoot them down as you fucking lines, as you just squat up.
Alrighty. Skies aflame. Tataru says that some shit's going out in Razadhan.
And lo, vile beasts did rise. Leaving naught in their wake but blood and ash. Sun scorches earth and boils seas. And our sins ascend unto the heavens. 3 dooms to unmake all we were.
The sky burns. The final days are truly upon us.
My friends, I trust you have heard the news.
We have. What can you tell us of the situation, Your Excellency?
What can you tell us, Ryan Nihilus?
Last night, the Isle was rocked by tremors, and the earth itself cried out. Aloft, the heavens began to burn. From all about, unholy beasts, the likes of which we had never seen, came forth in fury and rage. No. To say they came forth would be inexact. The people of Razadhan themselves transformed into these baleful fiends. Though the phenomenon was observed throughout our lands, the first creature, the largest and most dreadful of the lot, wrought havoc upon us here in our fair city. Though they bear superficial resemblance to divinities of legend, they are ungodly abominations. The people decry them as blasphemies. The large one's rampage has since taken it to the northern reaches of the island. I mean to dispatch our radiant host in an attempt to quell the threat.
And what of Vritra?
Vritra too makes for the north of his own accord, and yet he knows the blasphemy and its minions were but yesterday his beloved people. I pray his boundless compassion and mercy does not deter him from taking unenviable but necessary action.
I hope you can kill a lot of people that are no longer people anymore.
Understood. I ask that you allow us to aid you in quelling this threat.
You would risk your lives to help us yet again? I have no words to express my gratitude.
Listen, I'll ask you both. Do you want his lance? Estinian? He is very stupid.
Ah.
He must be very good at fucking, I hope. I don't know. But usually in fiction, dumbasses have very big dicks. I don't know if that actually rings true though, in real life. But,
And if I remember right, didn't he used to have a wife and kids before the Dragonsong War happened?
Estinian?
Yeah.
No. He just had, I think he had like, he had his family when he was a young boy and he was made an orphan. And then he just swore to avenge the family he lost.
Right, that was it.
Yeah, that was something he said.
Because again,
yeah.
it's been a while since I looked at his lore. Estinian's not the one I think about the most in this game.
Yeah, but like, he's not my favorite scion. I can see why people love Estinian. He was definitely a fan favorite and probably one of the reasons he keeps coming back.
Yeah, people love him generally. It's why he became
yeah.
a scion. I love him. He's great.
Yeah.
I'm talking about, like, in just the general sense, though.
Yeah, Estinian's great. I'm pretty sure I'm literally half his size, which means that he can do a full Nelson, which sounds great. And again, like, perfect dick-sucking height. Don't have to worry about my knees. Good shit. It's like a standing desk, but for dick. But, so, yeah, sure, I'll accept it. But, because he is a fictional character and this option will actually never be presented to me, I don't actually have to worry about it ever coming to fruition and ever actually having to stand by my choice. He's neat. I do love Estinian. Again, we've grown to see him and know him and love him, and that makes me love him. He had a little brother. Okay, but yeah, he doesn't seem to pick up on, like, he definitely didn't get to experience having somebody. And usually with the scions, they've stayed away, except for Thancred to an extent, they've stayed away from giving them, and technically Y'shtola, but so technically Thancred and Y'shtola are the exception, but at the same time, with how everyone's relationship is with the Warrior of Light, you can really kind of decide anything. They're left very available to the Warrior of Light, while not explicitly on them, but not explicitly on anybody else. I say except for Thancred and Y'shtola because Thancred is very attached to Minfilia. Some would say that he loves Minfilia romantically, or that he loves Minfilia like a younger sister. Some people go one way or another. Y'shtola, she definitely seems to want her some fucking Runar.
Yeah, it's that thing of, it's like enough to see that there's like a deep relationship there, but they kind of leave it a little bit vague enough that it's like, hey, if you're like headcanoning it, because like if you hear half the banter with the Warrior of Light about like bending over knee and shit with Y'shtola, it's like, are you sure, Y'shtola, you're just not really fucking kinky?
Yeah, so it's they all definitely see you and admire you and love you platonically. Maybe? It's platonically with a question mark. Because some would argue that Alize is definitely down for some Warrior of Light. A lot of people say Y'shtola definitely wants her some Warrior of Light. Thancred is dad, but you can also read it as him really admiring you. Like, they're left at enough of an interpretation that you can kind of go ham. Graha pretty much says everything but the explicit words, I love you.
Yeah, the big thing with Graha is the way you can write it off is hero worship.
Yeah, you can easily write off Graha as you're his hero, so he worships you in that aspect, or that he's just outright in love with you. Again, some of the ways he says it, the way it's delivered from his actor, it very much can connotate admiration and romantic interest. I've noticed a lot of gay men love Graha. A lot of gay men love them some Graha. It's
People love them some Graha, period.
a lot of people love Graha. Graha is just the perfect blend of everything and wholesome, and just hits every nail on the head. I don't know anyone who does not like Graha. And anyone who actually, like, does not like Graha is usually just wrong. Like, it's very hard to dislike Graha, because it's like, even if you think of his times as the Exarch, he was doing everything for the greater good. Like, he did nothing wrong. Things like that. Graha's great.
Our regiments approach the north from several directions, with a number of units set to depart from the docks of Yedlimat. They will make landfall in an area of dense jungle, where one can expect to encounter dangers even beyond the fell beasts we hunt. I leave you to your preparation. You will find me at the docks when you are ready to depart.
Yeah, there's also those moments even beyond the Scions, though, because, like, I love endlessly joking about how Emmerich's the only one to straight up ask you out on a date.
Oh yeah, Emmerich too. Yeah, no, there are other NPCs out there that, like, have some sort of interest with you. There's Xenos, there's Emmerich. Let's see, there's, some people, well, no, not really with Yugiri and Hien. I ship those two, and Yugiri definitely likes some Hien.
There are also, like, some side and class characters.
Yeah. Alrighty. Hey, Venice Body, the dungeon.
As I feared.
What is it?
The beast was there, and now it is no more. Yes?
Indeed. We saw it plain. But you didn't, did you?
I saw nothing. Not the blasphemy that perished here, nor the other men turned beasts. And because of this, I now see all too well. There is no ether. Where the creatures should be, I saw naught but emptiness.
Emptiness? But that would mean...
Little walking voids of no ether.
Recall the words of the Watcher. 'Twas a staggering
I only know how to fight them because I look at the gap where ether should be.
That led the ancients to conclude their star was dying. This is the same phenomenon. The instant these people are seized by the transformation, their ether begins to rot and crumble away like dried mud. Until, from their corporeal forms to their very souls, naught remains.
But the beast spoke with its dying breath. Surely at least a sliver of the man it was endured.
Mayhap so. But even if the process was incomplete, it was little more than a faint residue.
Gods be good. You're saying they cannot be saved?
Not by any means known to me. Or by any means at all, like as not. For there is naught left to save.
They return not even to the ethereal sea.
It's pretty much dividing by 0. Daddy Vitra.
The beasts rage on, their hunger insatiable. Even deprived of their master, they perpetuate his legacy of hate. Once proud sons and daughters of Thavnir, all of them, and now I spill their blood.
Vitra, my friends, I am heartened to see you safe.
You put your secret at risk.
Those closest to me already know the truth. A truth I must now share with one and all. Vitra, calamity has come to Radzatan. Our fair nation is rent by screams of pain and despair. More than ever, we require a strong leader to shepherd us through the storm. Reveal your true self to our people, Vitra, and guide us to salvation.
What madness is this, Iwan? Thou dost forget thyself. Were we to reveal our duplicity, it will do naught but foster confusion and chaos. Nay, I shall remain the Satrap's loyal ally, and do battle with the beasts. Easing hearts and leading the people to safety is thy task, and thine alone. I ask that you remain at Ahewan's side, and render unto him what aid you may. I know not what lies ahead, but without you, Radzatan will not survive.
Take me with you. I am as at home fighting in the air as I am on land. Take me with you.
Were my words unclear? I require no assistance. Thy place is at Ahewan's side.
Estinian, here.
I don't listen to dragons, man.
It's the last thing you ever wanted. A link pearl. We'd gain much from knowing your elevated perspective. And it'll keep you from getting lonely, which I know you learn.
You heard the man. Seems I'm coming with you after all.
You can't put. You're not supposed to shove the link pearl up your ass, Estinian.
Listen, it works though.
Then I pray thy grip is iron. Be it on thy head if thou dost chance to fall.
Fair enough. Now, shall we?
I fear it is as Vitra says. We will not survive this on our own. While I am loath to impose upon you again.
I would insist if you did not. 'Tis the very reason we have come.
Then once more I find myself without words to thank you properly. Let us return to the capital and plan our next course of action.
I have mixed feelings about how dragons look in this game. That's only one. Each dragon looks different, actually, Cerberus.
Yeah, they come in all sorts of shapes and sizes.
Yeah, no, they, like, early on in Heavensward, there's 2 dragons, Presvelger and Nidhogg. They're brothers. They look very different. Vitra is related to those 2 dragons. They look nothing alike. I love how the dragons look in these games.
There are particular ones I don't super care for, but like in general, like I enjoy them. Like the original giant dumpy ones are just really funny to look at for me. It's just like they got an ass that won't quit.
I like the worms. I like the great worms. Cause like
all the great worms look nice.
Like it took me a bit to get used to Virtra's big nose, but I like Virtra and his big nose. My favorite one is probably still Hresfelger because he kind of has a puppy face. Alrighty, Beyond the Depths of Despair.
My favorite's probably the one from Steps of Faith. Alistair, I think his name is. I forget his name.
The really big one?
Yeah, because he just looks like a straight up, like, classical Western dragon without, like, being too exaggerated in any place.
Yeah.
I also just generally like the dragon turtles.
Heh.
There you are. You've spoken with the survivors.
Indeed. We thought to share what we have gleaned, that we might together gain a greater understanding of present circumstances.
Fortuitous timing. Alize and I completed our own investigations not long ago.
Then we should take a moment to compare notes. Shall we begin with the 2 of you?
Hello.
So the merchant Karzal was gravely concerned about his business in the days preceding his untimely end.
Hello.
Hello.
How are you? Yeah, I'm getting there.
The tales we heard were much the same. The first victims to be changed into blasphemies were all overcome with anguish of one manner or another. Then those who saw their loved ones stolen before their eyes succumbed to a similar panic, setting in motion a chain of transformations.
Fear, unease, despair. These negative feelings serve as a catalyst.
If so, then it is not unlike the calamity that befell the ancients. With their creation magics, they unwittingly gave form to untold horrors. Had they simply lost control, surely it would have manifested in many forms, not all of them monstrous. Yet somehow, this phenomenon is triggered solely by the darkness in their hearts, a common thread with what we now witness.
Common, but not identical. While the beasts the ancients faced were forged with magic alone, those of today are born of sentient beings. Why remains to be seen, but there is one fundamental difference between us and our predecessors. Our souls are sundered, whereas theirs were not. Perhaps that single variable makes all the difference.
If I may, there was another detail that troubled me. We have it on good authority that Karzal's transformation took place before the skies began to burn.
What? If that's true, then the situation's more dire than we realized. It means even if there's no ominous sign presaging the final days, anyone, anywhere, has the potential to become a beast. Even in lands we thought safe, even as we speak.
Look! It's the Satrap! The Satrap!
Thank the heavens.
My countrymen, I am relieved and heartened to see you strong and safe. While the danger has not yet passed, far from it, allow me to assure you that the beasts that raged within the city walls have been exterminated to the last. Outside this sanctuary, the brave men and women of the Radiant Host and our dragon ally continue to battle our unholy foes. I pray these tidings put your minds at ease and help you calm your hearts. Have faith that we shall soon conquer this terrible trial.
Your Excellency, is there any word from Palaka's stand? My grandson was bound for there yesterday, and I worry for his life.
We are still awaiting a report, but I promise you, as soon as I have aught to share...
Your Excellency, I bring grave news.
You are?
I'm Matsya of Akyali, a humble fisherman.
Ah, I remember you from our first visit.
Wait, you're...
The goodest elephant.
The goodest boy.
But no, that can wait. When the skies turned red, I set off for Palaka's stand, fearing for the safety of a friend. But as I drew near the village, I saw dreadful beasts all about.
No! Gods have mercy! Your Excellency! Save my grandson, I beg of you!
We will spare no effort to save all we can, but you must remain calm.
Calm? You tell me to be calm? You saw those beasts? They tore our bravest warriors limb from limb! What if we are too late, huh? They catch him, sink their fangs into him? The fangs! The screams!
Get away from her, now!
We have killed all the beasts. Never mind. Literally one person transforming is all it takes for everyone to lose their shit.
Got to kill them before it spreads.
It's crazy.
We'll handle this. See the townspeople to safety.
I love it. It's awful.
Oh yeah. This is one of my favorite scenes.
Run as fast as you can.
Rip.
Vitra, our people, you must save them.
They literally just had an Attack on Titan moment.
Enough. You must run. For their sake and your own.
It's time for the ultimate switch.
Yes, you will survive. You must.
The power of good boy. It's like, what's happening here? People are losing their mind. When people lose their minds, they turn into monsters. Okay. I just calmed the dude. I just calmed the dude down and stopped him from transforming. I know what I must do. I led a whole fucking nation on my own.
Oh shit, it's an apocalypse. What do I do? Wait, I've already been in one.
I've already been in an apocalypse. I know how to handle this. Give me a second.
Be strong, my friends. Fear not, for we will defeat these abominations. Brave men and women of the Radiant Host, lend your Stola and Thancred your aid. Let not a single beast escape. The rest of you, flee this place. Carry the wounded if you must. Head indoors or underground. Above all, stay calm. No beast will follow you. We will see to that. Alphino! Alice! Leave the city to us, and make for Palaka's stand at once! Matya, show my friends to the village. I promise you, they're more capable than the host's finest. Right. Go with them, will you? We will save these people, as many as we can.
Wait, if they lose control of their emotions, they turn into beasts? Wow, the ancients really screwed everyone over. Those aren't beasts, they're family. Nobody's going to be able to stay calm after that shit. Well, here's the thing. Of course, Eggy. Yes. Quick switch to the dancer class. Of course, Eggy. Like, now, it's not the fact that if they lose control of their emotions. It's if they fall to fear, anxiety, and despair. Like the lady that was there. She started freaking out. She started thinking the worst. Send your men to help them. My grandson, please go save him. And it's like, yes, we will do that. But please stay calm. And she's like, how can I stay calm? There's monsters there. You saw how bad they were. But, and yeah, no, it's an understandable reaction to have. But at the same time, in this, with what's going on, panicking is only going to make everybody else panic, and then that just in general sows discord. Of course, they only now kind of just piece together what's creating these things, but it's that thing of just in general, in times of crisis, you don't want to panic. You want to control yourself and try to like steady your focus and your emotions, because if you start succumbing to anxiety and thinking the worst case scenario, you're gonna lose sight of what you have to do.
Yeah, that's obviously easier said than done.
Easier said than done, of course. And that's why they also understand, and that's why Graha understood. This isn't something that people can overcome alone. Once someone starts turning, it's very hard for them to undo that. Graha went up to a man and told him, no, you will survive. You have to keep living for their sake. For the sake of the satrap who just died trying to save you. For your son, you have to keep surviving. And telling him to take a deep breath and relax. and that's what saved him. Yes, he can still mourn and grieve and cry, but right now you need to get out or you're going to die as well. And that's the thing too, a lot of this fear also stems from, oh god, I don't want to die. But freaking out like that will end up in you dying. Now, you also say the ancients really screwed everybody over, didn't they? Yes and no, we don't really know. All we know is that the ancients dealt with something like this too, but they don't even know where exactly it came from. Just one day their creation magic started creating monsters and destroying everything. So then they created Zodiark.
We know, but we'll get to there before it's over.
We'll get to
for those
that,
watching, we shall not spoil.
We're not gonna spoil, because again, there's still half of an expansion for us to get the answers we want. We don't know quite yet what is causing all this. All we know is that Zodiark was brought forth by the ancients in order to prevent something. And it's like, okay.
We know from Shadowbringers, we know what it was preventing. The world was on fire, the final dungeon, yada yada.
Yeah, but what's bringing the world ending?
Yeah, we know the what, we don't know the why.
Yeah, we don't know why the world is ending and what exactly is causing the world to do the ending. And that's what we're going to be finding out. But right now, in this point of the plot, we're not quite sure. We just figured out that this is causing the thing that's turning people into things when they go crazy. They didn't leave a song saying, hey, don't kill this thing. If you do, the world dies. Yeah, there's a lot of mixed messages.
It's a little hard to say because Hydaelyn Zodiark, Hydaelyn is there in opposition to it, and we know the Ancient One's plans didn't really involve the continued survival. Also, they didn't think anybody could fucking kill Zodiark.
Yeah, they didn't think Hydaelyn wanted to prevent Zodiark from becoming whole again because it meant essentially just a bunch of destruction and darkness. But they weren't anticipating someone trying to kill Zodiark. Now, Hydaelyn had the idea of, yes, should something ever happen to Zodiark, I have an idea to get them out, and that's where the moon comes in. But just because she prepared for it doesn't mean she actually thought it was going to happen.
Plans on contingency plans. They had tens of thousands of years to prepare for this, so they thought of like, well, okay, so what if he dies? Alright, let's turn the moon into a spaceship. What if insert thing here happens? Well, that's why I keep having these champions. What if he gets out? Then, everyone's gonna fucking die real fast thanks to Emmett.
Yeah, so that, there's planning for certain things, but there was no really... there's no real outright way for Hydaelyn to know what exactly is going to happen. She's God, but she's not omniscient and all-powerful in that aspect. She doesn't know what will happen in the future. She can only prepare and lead her champions to a conclusion that can prevent the worst-case scenario.
Because I mean, remember, there's a timeline out there still in the ethereal sea of all possibilities where you just fucking died.
We don't know. And unfortunately, the only people who knew about the moon plan were the people in Sharlayan. Who for some reason didn't feel the need to tell anybody about this and kept this a closely guarded secret. Obviously, there's the reason of, well, people might not believe it, people might freak out, yes, of course, but it was too closely
Some crazy
guarded.
nihilist might try to make it happen.
Yeah, but clearly, even keeping a secret doesn't really prevent these things from happening. You just kind of can't prepare for absolutely everything. You can try, but you can't. That we might live. Yeah, she can see what happens. Meanwhile, in the skies above Fafnir, she can't see what happens, but she had a lot of time to plan for potential scenarios.
No more enemies to trouble us here. It's me. How fare you below? Understood. I will inform Vritra. Chaos and panic sweep Raz-Zedhan, and many more have succumbed to the transformations. Amidst the fray, Ahoan fell, protecting a grief-stricken father.
Aww.
My friends fight alongside your radiant host
Aw,
to
you're
secure
so
the capital.
sad.
Beasts have been sighted in Palakastand as well. We have divided our forces in hopes of quelling the threat there.
Hold on. Here we go. Also, you gonna switch to the dancer class or what, JK? No. But still, if you can tell people not to do something by just spray paint okay and a warning on a door, you'd think you could try to a bit harder to say, hey, just leave this thing alone. Do not press the big red button with a skull on it.
Unfortunately, there was another group that explicitly wanted to let that thing out so it could eat everybody and restore the old world.
Yeah, it's a... Yeah, again, it's how do I say this nicely? Going into... I know you're definitely asking, like, to be, like, humorous and stuff, but there are probably people who genuinely ask these questions with, like, all seriousness. Going into pedantic, nitpicky... If someone tries to think into pedantic, nitpicker, like, ideology, then nothing is properly explained. Everything sucks, and everything has plot holes, and everything's a plot contrivance and a deus ex machina. And that's why I kind of do not care for this mindset of... that mindset, more so. There we go. So, I totally know that you're meaning it in a more jokey sense, but there are actually people who think like this. It's why we can't enjoy Disney movies anymore. So, just Hydaelyn prepared for as much as she could, communicated as much as she could, and trusted mankind to figure it out.
But to be fair, like, for all of this to happen, it took 2 genocidal lunatics brainwashing an entire nation after, like, the fucking millennia of strife. Gathering ether from all around the world to fire a super laser at the moon, and even that didn't fucking work.
Yeah, no, again, it's okay to find them funny, Eggy, I get it. But at the same time, it's like, maybe it's just me, I guess I'm not really one that finds nitpicky humor funny. Because again, it's just being nitpicky. What's the point? Okay, like, what, like, I guess I don't see the humor in trying to meticulously pick something apart. Like, you can utilize it well to kind of, like, point out certain flaws in a medium, but when it becomes, like, too, like, surgical in its execution, that's when, again, it becomes, like, too much. I find it hilarious somebody would want to let that thing out and not thinking the obvious thing of, hey, if I let this thing out, I'm gonna be the first one to get eaten. Again,
no,
and
everybody who, like, actually worships Zodiark are like, yeah, no, we're gonna fix the universe once he gets out.
Yeah, that's the thing. You have to remember that most of, if not all of the Ascians wanted to release Zodiark because they thought that doing so would undo the sundering that Hydaelyn did and essentially bring the Ancients back and bring their loved ones back.
Because all of their, like, he is literally made of their souls. The whole plan was to feed life to him as a replacement for those souls inside him so they could be restored completely.
They were not tempered by Zodiark, Cerberus. That's just legitimately what they believed. They were not tempered. The reason I say they were not tempered is because Fandaniel outright said he doesn't care about any of that. He just wants to die.
Yeah, and then, like, there's also extra material. I love the audio drama where Emmett almost goes native.
Nitpicky humor that makes sense is funny. Yes. Just picking, ignoring things so you can make fun of it isn't. Exactly. So they were just stupid. No, Eggy. That's what they justifiably believed in.
Yeah, here's the thing. The reason Zodiark was a boss fight, is because a genocidal asshole took him over.
Yeah. Like, again, Fandaniel was like, I just want to die and take everybody with me. There's no point in living. Nothing is worth living. Everything is worthless and stupid and dumb. And I just want to get rid of all of it. That sounds like a great idea. And he was gonna use Zodiark. He was gonna initially put Xenos in Zodiark so that there would also be a big showy battle about it. And then the Warrior of Light would kill Xenos and kill Zodiark and then bring about the final days. But then Fandaniel still would kind of have to find a way to die. And
Daniel's plan there basically had no losings, basically. So
yeah.
If Zodiark kills the Warrior of Light, he can use Zodiark to cause the end of the final days. If he stopped, Zodiark is dead and the final days happen. It's I think it's called Morton's Fork. You choose between two bad options there.
Yeah.
The only right option was to lock him back up, but because it was Fandaniel in it, he killed himself before he could get locked up.
Yeah, that was the thing. And that was another reason where he was like, you know what's even more fucking fun? I get in there. I get in there. And yeah, then he does what he does and instates the final days, which is what he wanted to do. Because now that he's dead, the final days occurs and will slowly take everything with them. Gets rid of Atheres, which is the source, and all of its reflections go with it. All the remaining ones that happen, and eventually, well, we can't go into it because it's spoiler territory, but eventually everything will die. Eventually. And that's what Fandaniel wanted. When it came to the rest of the Ascians, again, they summoned their god, they sacrificed a lot of their population to their god. They thought that if they brought him back, he would be able to restore and bring everybody back. That's what they honestly
they
believed.
made him, he saved the world, and then they were like, hey god, can you bring everybody else back?
Yeah.
And it's like, but they don't want to kill Zodiark because Zodiark, keeps things from going to fuck again.
Yeah, again, they were hoping for that. That's what they believed in. That's the god that they believed would do. Did they know whether or not it was going to happen 100%? We don't know, and it most likely was not going to happen. That's why you're trying to stop them. You're just like, no, you're just causing a lot of fucking death and then gonna end up with more death. But that's what they believed. Can you say so they were just stupid? No, I wouldn't say that they were just stupid. It was just that was the cause that they believed in, and they believed that they would get the result that they wanted. I don't think that makes them stupid. It just kind of more makes them desperate to get back what they lost. I feel like anyone that would have been in their decision that has gone to that point would do anything to get back what they lost. That's the whole, like, to say so they were just stupid. You probably weren't here for Shadowbringers, and if you were, that means you didn't pay attention to Shadowbringers, and that makes me sad. So the world they knew was destroyed and they were trying to put it back together. And exactly, Cerberus, joke's on that guy. The moon's a fucking haunted spaceship. That was because of Hydaelyn.
Yep.
It was a spaceship and it was Zodiark's prison. Now that
First it was a box, then it became a spaceship. They said,
Yeah.
let's make the box into a spaceship.
Yeah, the box becomes a spaceship when it no longer needs to be a prison. And in this case, yeah. Okay, so yeah, you weren't here for Shadowbringers. And in that case, I get that. One of the antagonists of Shadowbringers, Emmett Selk, who is an Ascian, essentially explains all of that. Why the Ascians are doing what they're doing. And even shows you the final days of Amarat and how it looked like to them and how terrifying it was and what they had to do to save the world and to ensure that it stayed the way it was until until people opposed Zodiark and summoned Hydaelyn and sundered everybody. And we're gonna get a little bit more of that later in this expansion. But most of that story building was in Shadowbringers.
Yeah, they've got more explaining to do, but we basically know the how of what, or rather the what happened, and why the Ascians have been our enemies since 1.0, the version that no longer exists.
Yeah. Alrighty, let us continue. We'll probably go for another 20 minutes, and then I'll end this stream. I'm just also finding a good spot to end.
Solace is that we now know what triggers the transformation, as my companions tell it.
And he continues to explain. He's so sad. Look at you.
So it is the very fear and despair in their hearts which inflict this abhorrent punishment upon them. A nightmare from which my children will never awake. O capricious and cruel fate, they are undeserving of such condemnation.
Will you wallow in sorrow or rise to the occasion?
Beatrice just like, my baby.
Han is leaderless.
All of my
Before he
precious
passed,
little humies.
Ahawan sought to reveal the truth to his people. Honor his wishes.
My baby.
To what end? To breed a new conflict between dragon and man.
What? He's like, what? So I can be like you? Ishgard?
No offense, Vitra, the world's literally fucking ending. I think a new Dragon Song War is the least of your worries right now.
Only through my proxy could I walk with my children. Without him, I am a bringer of fear, no different from the beasts which beleaguer them.
Perhaps so. Only in death were Hraesvelgr and Shiva united. Indeed, whenever man and dragon have come together, death has ever been the inevitable result. It was our fear of your kind that sparked a nigh-endless war. Fear and hate of which Nidhogg drank deep as he laid waste to my homeland. And in turn, I took my revenge on his brood. Blood for blood, pain for pain. I thought nothing of theirs, only of mine. And yet, were the chasm between us too vast and too deep, Hraesvelgr would not have borne Isael to battle and our rescue. He would never have entrusted a mortal champion with one of his eyes. And the Dragonsong War would still rage on. And I would still wage a never-ending war of violence and vengeance. The future of our star be damned. I cannot speak for Ahawan's greater goals. Yet I know that he served you, served your people, long and true. In this time of unprecedented crisis, he turned to you. You could do worse than to place your trust in him. It will not be easy, but the future of Radzed Han hangs in the balance. We have company. The hour has come, Vritra! It's all or nothing!
And there's one of the trailer quotes.
Yeah. Wonder if the moon has room for the dragons, because if not, I'm going to be sad.
It was made for everybody, pretty indiscriminately.
Yeah, it was made for everybody.
I mean, it was made for, like, ancient-sized people. Like, come on, they can fit dragons in there.
I think they can fit the dragons in there. Maybe a bit tight, but they could fit some of the dragons in there. Because at the end of the day, we learn in the Omega Quest line that the reason they're even dragons is because originally they were from space.
Dragons are aliens.
They had their own planet of dragons, But then the robot-y race came in and were like, we're gonna pew pew and destroy everything. And Bahamut no. Midgar Somner. Yeah, Midgar Somner, freaking just one old dragon dad out of many dragon dads was like, I gotta get out of here. And he flew away. He flew away into space. And he was like, I ain't gonna be there no more, but I gotta find a place for my babies. I got 6 eggs here, 7 eggs. I gotta find a new planet. And Hydaelyn saw Midgard Somner and was like, yo, I got a nice planet right here. You can live here. And Midgard Somner was like, thank you, Hydaelyn. Thank you for letting me live on your planet. I'm going to have 7 big fucking dragon babies. One of them was Bahamut. One of them was Tiamat. We saw Tiamat near the end of Shadowbringers. Bahamut was put into a moon, or at least a clone of Bahamut, because he was killed and then put into the moon. I don't know the super story. That's 1.1. That's 1.0 shit. Freaking. Then there's Hresvelgr and Nidhugg, and then there's Ratatoshker, and that's all Heavensward stuff. And there's Virtra here, and there's one more dragon that's unaccounted for, but we're learning about them in patch content, so I can't spoil it. They had no idea dragons were a thing. Wait, so are they shrinking the dragon's quarters to a third as well now? I don't know. Ow. Alrighty. When all hope seems lost. So yes, dragons came from space.
Yeah, dragons are aliens.
Hmm. Allagan moons run on dragon ghosts, 100% green and renewable.
Courage, friend. The pain will pass.
Has anyone seen Mervan?
Where could she be?
We've dealt with all the blasphemies and made certain no villagers are still in hiding.
Good work. We've otherwise tended to the wounded as best we can.
What will become of us?
Help is on the way, surely. We may have to abandon our homes now, but we will return someday.
But where can we go? Is anywhere even safe?
That I cannot say.
Well, I can. Nowhere's safe. Run all you like, but there's no escaping these things. And even if I could, it's too late for my family.
This isn't good. The more they dwell on the tragedy, the more likely we are to lose them too.
My friends, this is a place of worship. Should your heart quake with sadness, cast your mind to the heavens and remember the teachings of the old gods. Did they not implore us to stand fast when waves of sorrow break against our shores?
Know this, my children. There is more ugliness than beauty in this world. To live is to suffer. To drink of calamity and drown in anguish. To toil and be tested, always and ever.
'Tis a perilous path you walk. Death lurks in the dark, and is the sole promise that awaits at journey's end. You will tremble with terror. You will weep tears of anger and despair.
But do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. Then will you see how the hardships make you strong.
Every doubt reforged as scales for your armor. Every agony to temper your blade.
Thank you, lad. We'd almost forgotten who we are. My undying gratitude to you as well, my friends. You were searching for Mevon, no? We must return home. I pray you help the boy find his friend.
Gladly. We dispatched what beasts we could, but the roads are still dangerous. Stay together and go in safety.
How are you holding up? We're trying to find a good spot to end. And then, I'm gonna eat the leftover of my soup.
What you did back there. Those words seem to resonate with your people.
When we find a good spot to finish, I will finish the rest of my soup. I'll make some more garlic toast. And then I think that'll be, I'll just be kind of chilling in 14 for the rest of the night.
They should. They were the first spoken unto our ancestors by the divinity of legend. I'm easily upset, and fish are wont to flee a temperamental hand. So I recite the teachings over and over to calm myself.
They're lovely and inspiring to hear, though I imagine they were born of great misfortune.
They are born of life. There's as much bad as good in it. More, many would attest. All the more reason to appreciate the good when you can.
I won't argue with that.
In darkness, seek joy. Surrender not to sadness, and see beyond despair. Walk free, and bear the light for others to follow.
And with that, let us see if we can't find Mervyn. Did you see? That beast was chasing someone.
All right. All right, let's see what's here. Let's see, how long is this? 2 cutscenes. All right. Warm hearts, rekindled hopes.
Oh, we're almost at the cutscene that made me cry.
Yeah, let's see. I think this will be, we'll watch these 2 cutscenes, and then I think that should lead us to at 9 o'clock exactly, if not a little after, and I think this is where we'll stop. So let's go. We saw a lady getting chased. Lady with a baby. We found her husband dead earlier.
Her. No, I'm sure of it. Mevon!
Don't, please!
Lord have mercy!
Wee. So. She dead. She dead.
He died.
That if her brain being squeezed didn't kill her, the way he freaking yeeted her into that pool sure as fuck did. The fucking force and velocity of that fall. And that baby now is underwater. Fucking spiked her like a football. So after we've gotten the baby,
She's so cold, Elfino.
The child is alert, and I see no wounds, and yet she grows weaker.
She's swaddled in a wet
My
ass
spells
fucking
can do no
blanket.
more. What she needs is a change of clothes and a warm bed. We must hurry back. Not now!
Matsia, take the child.
It appears we've made enough noise to be heard for miles around. More will be upon us ere long. We make our stand here. Mattia, can you take her back to the village?
Surprised the baby didn't turn into the beast.
Also, goddammit, Crazy Fox, I see you just gifted me something.
I saw something appear in my corner
Beasts will
too.
follow you home unless we stop them here.
Thank you, your treasure.
I haven't seen what it is yet.
Strong, Matsia. Her life is in your hands.
Right. I can do it.
I know you can. We'll keep them busy, Matsia. Go! Quickly!
So there he goes. It's up to you, elephant boy. You gotta carry the baby.
Steady. You know the way. No. No. Not you too. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid.
To live is to suffer, to drink of calamity. It is a perilous path. Death lurks in the dark.
No! I'm not afraid! I'm not afraid! Ah! Do not avert your eyes. See your life for what it is. See how the hardships make you strong. Every doubt reforged. Every agony.
God, I love this part. It broke my fucking heart the first time I watched it.
Yeah, no, I was like, no.
The divinity.
Nay, but one who would deliver thee just the same.
Okay, yeah.
Please. You must save the child. She is all that remains of Mevan and Grasef. Please.
Well, well. Seems the babe's taken a liking to you.
Thou art strong, little one. Let us convey thee to thy home.
I spied our friends as we flew in. They appeared to be holding their own against the Horde.
Right. That's the last of them. We should hurry and find Matsia.
I just put he had help from on high.
What, like divine aid?
A fine battle it must have been. Shame I missed it.
Estinian, it was you who came to Matia's aid.
I was only
Wait, fucking what?
Vritra was the one who saw the boy was in need.
So during the first PvP season, they gave an armor set called the Archfiend.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't notice if you dick with the visor, your eyes stop glowing.
Huh.
That's such a small detail that nobody would ever fucking notice.
And finally reveal himself to his people.
Perhaps so. Will you go and join them?
There's something I need to do first. Mervyn gave her life so that her child might live. She deserves better than to be left to drift alone.
We gotta get her body out of the
She deserves
water.
to be laid to rest beside her husband, at least. Will you help me?
Yeah, we'll do that. Yeah, because we found her husband earlier. He was, like, dying. And then she died, so... But yeah. Alrighty. Where are we? We're on under his wing. And then, I think that's actually the halfway... kind of the halfway-ish point of Endwalker. But we will worry about that next week. If with the seconds I can even make it to next week. But, I think... this is a good time for us to head our way off. I'm gonna get some more food in me. I'm gonna just kind of relax and rest. And tomorrow we'll have a light Sunday stream, and then we'll go on into Final Fantasy tomorrow. So I hope to see you guys there. I hope Eggy can find a way to catch the fuck up so he can catch us live, or they. Sorry, I don't want to assume.
I believe in you.
This is the first time the Warrior of Light handled a corpse.
Honestly, with how long the game's been going on, we need, like, not we, like, specifically, but, like, I need to, like, do, like, a thing of just sit down. Hey, guys, here's the fucking synopsis of, like, the first 50 sessions.
I mean, maybe not the first 50. Maybe do, like, batches of, like, 10. That way it's a little bit easier and not as...
Yeah, you know what I mean, but, like, here's some catch-up. So, for the people who don't have time to sit through 54-hour sessions in a week.
Funny enough, that's something Logan did for, like, the individual campaigns of some of his games, where he did, like, because, like, they like, were still the same story, but, like, separate campaigns. He did, like, synopsis videos for them. So, honestly,
yeah, like an arc video.
Yeah, something like that isn't a bad idea for summing up, like, every 10, every 15 sessions. Not a bad idea. That's something that probably even Lynn could help you with. Kind of, you know, synopsis of a good cliff notes of each one, and maybe dedicate, like, a minute
Yeah,
to
I'd probably
two
do
on
it
each one.
like Finn to the Empire's like capital, then from there to the freaking Republic, and then all the nonsense that happens there, and then everything that happened after that. It's like break it up into a few bits.
Yeah, we can do something like that. Yeah, definitely. That sounds like a lot of fun. But I need to use the washroom. I need to end this stream. And everybody else needs to go find something else to do. So, we will see you tomorrow. I hope you all have a wonderful night. I'm gonna go have a shoot. Well, bye, everybody. Wow.